States 199, 213, 214, 200, 202, 255, 215, 203, 51, 52, 204, 218, 194, 195, 219, 53, 112, 113, 205, 196, 254, 4, 5, 208, 197, 209, 210, 221, 42, 211, 193. Thank you.
Is there objection?
There's a partial objection to Exhibit 205. There was something that I believe should be redacted pursuant to other acts evidence. It was the text that we had talked about, Jessica.
We can review that, Judge, over a break. Off the top of my head, I don't remember.
All the others will be received, and we'll discuss that when we have a break. Okay, Ms. Muller?
Thank you. So before we start off where we left off yesterday, I want to go back, clarify a couple of things. We had been talking about nicknames for Mr. Anderson, and you had noted that you had affirmed that you had called him Z-Bear and said you call a lot of people Bear. During March of 2020 through May of 2020, were you still referring to Mr. Anderson as Babe?
I was. Now, I, still refer to, out of habit, of course, and also because, I didn't hate him. I was just trying to be amicable and kind and show kindness and not be rude and mean.
And then in May of 2020, do you remember telling Mr. Anderson that you were going to, quote, fuck with him?
No, I don't remember that.
I'm going to pull up what was previously marked as State's Exhibit 208. These nice highlighted ones, and then there was this one in between where on May 10th, 2020, you sent Mr. Anderson a text that says, "You are stupid for trying to fuck with me, so you get fucked with back."
I think it says either me.
Well, then you correct yourself saying with, correct?
I can't hear you.
It says either. It doesn't say trying to fuck with me.
Okay, so literally,
but it's just banter. I mean, there's nothing I'm doing. I'm literally trying to get him off of my back. Literally just trying to appease things and literally just trying to get him to stop. So I don't, if you want to take all of that language out of context, you're more than welcome. But
Ma'am, just answer the question, please.
it's just banter.
so I want to go back to you saying that it says either, not with. You admit that 6 seconds or 7 seconds after you sent that first text, you sent a text that says with, correct?
Where do you see that? Oh, yeah. Okay. So I corrected myself.
So then you'd agree that you meant to say, "You are stupid for trying to fuck with me, so you get fucked with back."
Yep, banter.
Well, you meant it to be banter, you're saying, but you don't know how Mr. Anderson took that, correct?
Well, I don't know how Mr. Anderson took that. I know that I took his actions very personally too, so I felt very quote unquote fucked with, if you will.
Ma'am, please just answer the question which is asked.
I did. Thank you.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I did.
I also want to go back to the Moto G6 phone, the smartphone, not the flip phone that you had found. There was a screenshot that you had taken. I'm going to show you what was previously marked as States Exhibit 254. So, how did you get into the phone if it was password protected, like you said?
This time it wasn't. When I took it from my daughter, it wasn't password protected at that time.
And so after you get the phone, you decide you're going to go through it, even though you didn't know how your daughter got it.
I decided to go through it because I knew and had information that he was tracking me and following me and stalking me, and so I went in his phone to go see if there were also, because I was informed that there were videos and recordings of me that my daughter had taken, so I went on the phone to go and look to see if I could find any of those things, and then I went on to see if there was anything in Amazon, like a tracker or anything, because I was being informed that I was being tracked. So I went on the phone to go and look for evidence of any of that I could prove. I answered the question.
Judge, with all due
Just
respect,
finish my sentence.
Judge, with all due respect, I'm going to just indicate I think that was the full answer to why she went through the phone. So the question was, why did you go through the phone?
And it's not unique to this witness. Some witnesses for example, are evasive, and they form their answers in such a way to try to avoid answering the question. And some try to take command of the situation and expand beyond the actual question which is asked. And I don't want to give the impression that she's doing something wrong. It's just the way people talk. I don't know. Do you have people that you would rather they just not stay on the phone with you as long as you do? And that's the basic concept.
Sure. So I think I understand what the court is saying. It was an open-ended question. It had a long answer because there's a lot of reasons she went in that phone, and she described those. And I apologize, Judge, but that, if it's a more narrow question, then I certainly understand.
If this is the only time that it had happened, I wouldn't have said a word.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So you just said that at this point, when you took this screenshot, you thought he was tracking you, right?
Yes, I thought he was tracking me, doing things to track me, yes.
And so if you thought someone was tracking you, what would you think you would find in their phone on Amazon that was actively tracking you?
A tracker?
Well, so you went into Amazon. How did you log into his Amazon account?
I just opened the app. It was already logged in.
So you had access to his Amazon Prime account then, his full account.
I guess that phone did.
Well, let's walk through that again. You went into his phone, you opened his account, you said you could open it and access his Amazon account, correct?
I didn't access it. Yes, I could access it. I could see it. It was open and the app was already logged in, so I could see what he last purchased. So that's correct.
You'd agree that this is you would have had to gone into Amazon Prime, gone into orders, clicked through his entire account.
I clicked on last order, and that's what I got.
Did you go through anything else in his phone?
I looked at any videos or audio.
Did you find anything in there?
I did.
Did you take screenshots of that?
I did not. It was audio.
So now going back to where we left off yesterday, which was May 17th, 2020. Got these texts from Mr. Gutierrez. We had talked about that. That was about where we left off. The next day, how did you reach out to or attempt to make contact with Mr. Gutierrez?
I text him.
Sorry, what was that?
I text him.
And then were there days where you attempted to call him?
I called him later on the 18th. And then I called him the morning of the 19th.
And do you remember on direct examination talking about how every time you called, it went straight to voicemail?
Yes.
Did you ever leave a voicemail?
No. I don't think so.
So each time it was the same thing. You called, immediately went to voicemail, and you never left a voicemail.
Objection, she's already, hold on, she's already answered that. It's a repeated question.
I'm trying to have a collective answer because it was a sequence of answers. Just confirm. You can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. That each time you called him, it went to voicemail, and each time it went immediately to voicemail, and each time it went to voicemail, you never left a message.
It went to voicemail every time I called. I don't remember if I left a message or not.
Sorry, Judge, just trying to find the What? Yeah. I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 193. Zoom in here. So first one we'll look at, put it at the bottom, is on May 18th, 2020 at 5:21 p.m. you call Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Yes.
And that call lasts 5 seconds, correct?
Yep.
And so this is you calling and it immediately going to voicemail and you not leaving a voicemail. 5 seconds.
Possibly.
Then I want to go to 5:18 at 7 p.m. You called Junior. That call lasts 20 seconds.
Maybe the voicemail is long. I don't know. Maybe I listened to it. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I didn't hang up right away. I'm not sure. 20 seconds. I don't know.
You'd agree it's 15 seconds longer than the first one, which you said went straight to voicemail. You hung up.
Yes.
And then this was a Facebook Messenger attempted phone call through Facebook, correct? At 5:18 at 7:42?
Yes.
That was 0 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Why didn't you leave a voicemail?
I don't know. I don't remember if I did or I didn't.
If you did leave,
Pretty worried, so I don't know.
yeah, if you did leave a voicemail, you should have it, correct?
Objection, how would she know? Speculation. That we should
The
have.
objection is sustained. Well, I don't. Both her question and your objection or argument are just that. 40 years up here, that's a
Very true. Yeah, I can see that.
So you're both sustained.
So 5:17, you get there. When you get there, you call your best friend, correct?
Probably need 519, counsel, probably.
5:19, sorry, I
Yeah.
apologize.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question now?
On May 19th, 2020, when you arrive at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment, you call your friend,
I may have already been on the phone.
and that was Rebecca Jekyll.
Yes. Probably called her on the way down, honestly.
Do you remember the day prior on May 18th telling Miss Jekyll that you needed to go by her house to grab a phone?
I don't remember that.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit 264. Page 2.
Judge, I'm going to object to this. We've had some pre-trial discussion about this. We also had discussion as the case began. I think we have ruled on whether this type of discussion can be had with individuals. So I'm speaking about all of our early discussions, and I'm not sure how this line of questioning is not the same.
You were
Approach.
referring to the motions that were.
I'm referring to stipulations and yes, all of those things we've talked about.
She hasn't asked the question yet. So I
Well,
don't know.
she's suggesting a
May I see
particular.
what you're going to read from? Thank you.
You're welcome. Just the highlighted portion, correct?
So, counsel, maybe you're going in a direction I was not thinking. Do you want to?
Yeah.
So maybe if we conferred briefly, this would be. I would be able to withdraw my objection. Is that possible, counsel?
Yeah, I don't think this is
Right,
Oh, hold on.
objectionable.
No,
Okay.
I think you and I are on the same page.
Yeah.
Withdraw the objection, I apologize.
No reason to apologize, and thank you.
If you need me to hand it to you just because of how the Elmo looks, let me know.
I did not hear you.
Oh, sorry, I was telling the witness that if she needs me to hand her the exhibit,
Oh.
because it's not always the best.
But you know what? I do think that is there a mic? Isn't there an extra mic around there somewhere? No? Okay.
I'll just project. That helps.
Well, it usually does, but
Yeah. I just don't want to be
Go ahead.
screaming at Mrs. Beecham. Can you hear me better?
Yes.
On May 18th, 2020, you had texted your friend Becky, and Becky is Rebecca Jekyll,
Yes.
and you asked her, hey, you at home, gotta grab the phone, ... Correct?
Yes. That's what it says.
What were you referring to?
I don't remember.
.5/19/2020, you arrive at Mr. Gutierrez's apartment. You're on the phone with Becky. And you notice that the screen door is, was it the screen door or glass door that was open?
It was the screen door.
So the glass door was closed?
The glass door was open all the way. The screen door was closed.
And when you notice this, are you still on the phone with Becky?
Yes, probably. Yes, I was.
And then I just want to walk through some of the things that you noticed that were, after you had looked in, that were misplaced. You said that there was a gray rug that was missing.
Yes.
Did you notice anything else missing?
I didn't go inside of the apartment. So the only things I really could notice that I felt that was major that I noticed right away was the rug missing and the furniture being moved.
And what furniture did you note that was moved? You had said, besides the kitchen table and the white coffee tables, was there any other furniture that you had seen that had been moved?
I don't remember. It was a pretty traumatic scene, so I don't really remember everything.
Do you remember telling detectives that you also saw a tool belt?
Yes, there was a tool belt laying right by the door when I opened it.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 153. Was this the tool belt that you saw?
Yes.
And did you think it was that out of place to you?
Yes.
Why was that out of place to you?
Because it just wasn't there before, and that's not a normal place. I don't think where someone would leave a tool belt scattered.
In your time knowing Mr. Gutierrez, would he leave his tool belt there?
No, not that I ever saw.
Did you tell law enforcement that?
I believe I said something about the tool belt or something missing or tools. I don't remember.
You spoke to two detectives on scene on May 19th, 2020.
Yes.
The first detective you spoke to, isn't it true that you immediately stated you suspected Mr. Anderson?
I didn't immediately state that, no.
Okay. And sure. And did you tell, and that detective, if you remember, was Detective Anschutz?
Yes.
And do you remember telling Detective Anschutz that your daughter had pertinent information pertaining to the disappearance of Mr. Gutierrez?
I told Detective Anschutz that my daughter had told me that my ex had taken, that her dad, Zach, had taken the registration out of Rosalio's car, and I stated that that's what I knew, that she had just told me, and that's what I told Detective Anschutz.
So you didn't tell Detective Anschutz that your daughter had information about Mr. Gutierrez's disappearance?
I did not say those words, no.
And then, after you spoke with the two detectives on scene, you had gone to here to Kenosha to the public safety building and had another interview.
Yes.
And that time you brought your daughter along.
Yes.
So what time, if you remember approximately, did you leave the scene on May 19th, 2020?
I don't remember.
Do you remember how long you approximately were there for?
It was before probably 4 because I had to get the kids, and so it would have been somewhere before school ended.
So when you went to the public safety building for your interview with your daughter, how did you and your daughter drive together?
We did, actually. My stepmom drove us.
And on direct, you had testified that you told your daughter that you had concerns about your friend that was missing, correct?
Yes.
When did you have that conversation with your daughter?
On the 18th, when I couldn't get a hold of him all that day and night, I had mentioned something to her, and that it was just a brief mention. And then the 19th, when I came back home, I again just reminded her, like, hey, remember Mom was really worried? And she said, yeah, and then I went from there.
On May 18th, 2020, why did you tell your daughter that your friend was missing?
Because she could visibly see me crying and upset, and so she asked me what was wrong, and I told her that I was worried about Rosalio, about my friend missing.
But you didn't know if he was missing on May 18th, 2020.
Objection? Argumentative? She's answered the question.
Overall.
I couldn't get a hold of him, and so in my eyes he was missing.
So, again, you had only been dating this man for about 3 months.
Objection?
correct?
Again, argumentative. This has been asked and answered.
Did you know Mr. Gutierrez's work schedule?
Sort of. I mean, he worked for himself, and then he also worked with some other folks. So, to my understanding and from what he told me, he kind of made his own schedule.
So on Tuesday, May 19th, 2020, you went to Kenosha, to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment around 11 a.m.?
Yes, somewhere around there.
And you knew that Mr. Gutierrez kept his doors locked, correct?
I don't know if I knew that or not. I don't know.
And did you know if he was working?
I didn't know. I didn't know where he was or what was going on.
And how far of a drive was it from where you were to Mr. Gutierrez's apartment?
It's about an hour.
Were you aware of Mr. Gutierrez's financial problems?
Objection. This is, again, irrelevant. Whatever financial problems he was having, irrelevant.
There's no,
Goes to the police investigation, Judge.
well, first of all, it assumes material that I think would be foundational. And the objection is sustained.
Back to the conversations you had with your daughter. Prior to May 18th, 2020, you had admitted that there were other occasions where you did talk to your daughter about Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
A few.
You had noted that you had attempted to contact some of Mr. Gutierrez's friends around May 18th to May 19th, 2020.
Yes.
And you had said on direct that you were unable to get in contact with any of his friends.
Correct.
And prior to attempting that contact, you had never met any of Mr. Gutierrez's friends, correct?
No.
No, that's not correct, or no, I had not.
No, I had not.
And you had not met any of his family members?
No, other than his two children.
You had also mentioned on direct that when you were at the scene on May 19th, 2020, you called the daycare and you were nervous about your kids, correct?
Yes.
Because you thought Mr. Anderson might go to the daycare?
Yes.
And you said that the daycare knows to call you if Mr. Anderson would show up there?
Yes.
You never got a call that day that Mr. Anderson showed up at the daycare, correct?
When I called, they told me that he had not, no.
And after you called them, you never received a call from the daycare?
No.
After May 19th and the couple months, do you remember asking to be present at an interview with your daughter in November of 2020?
Yes.
And previously, you had not been present with your daughter when she was interviewed by law enforcement?
No.
Why did you want to be present
Well,
on the...
again, are you saying, your question was previously you had not been present?
Right.
Previously, you had not been present.
I think your question may have been, and previously you had indicated you had not been present?
No.
Oh, maybe I'm.
I can just rephrase it, Judge.
Well, the point is, that sometimes questions get asked in a way that it's ambiguous as to what the no is responding to. Now, maybe I'm hearing things, I don't think so, but I thought this may be one of those, so it would be a favor to me if you would rephrase it.
Yeah. The interview that happened on May 19th, 2020 at the Public Safety Building, you're aware that your daughter was taken into a separate room to be questioned by law enforcement.
Yes,
And you were not present in that room when that interview occurred.
correct.
But then in November of 2020, you specifically asked Detective Anschutz to be present during that interview.
I don't remember if I specifically asked Detective Anschutz, but that interview happened at our home, so I was there.
You're aware that Mr. Anderson has a burn pit on his property?
Yes,
And would he frequently have bonfires?
I don't know, frequently, yes. He'd have bonfires there.
And you were aware that that weekend, Mr. Anderson was planning on the weekend of May 19th, around that time, Mr. Anderson was inviting or had invited you and the kids over for a bonfire?
Objection. May 19th. Tuesday? So what, when you say weekend, do you mean the ones before or after?
The week of the 19th, so Friday, May 22nd through Sunday, May 24th.
Objection whether she was invited to a bonfire that never happened because it's post the 19th.
I'm going to
Oh,
refresh her recollection. If she remembers, I think she can at least answer the question.
I'm not hearing you. Are you talking to Mr. Gravely or to me?
No, I was saying that he's saying she would have no knowledge, but she didn't even answer the question.
but that's because I had objected. So why would she answer the question? I've objected.
Well,
What grounds?
now, stop. I have to say, I didn't, let me start over. I thought her question inquired about an invitation to a bonfire, and you were questioning what dates were involved, and then you objected about its relevance because if it never occurred, what difference does it make? Which I don't, there needs to be more that I would need to understand before I could sustain the objection, because the invitation may have relevance, I don't know.
So,
But the fact that it didn't go on is really a separate thought.
he's arrested. The testimony so far is that he is in custody on the 19th of May.
Right?
So whether they were invited to a bonfire the week after he was arrested is irrelevant.
I don't know. Because I don't know. As I've said before, you people have volumes and volumes of discovery that I don't. So I know very little about the case really until it is introduced into the court. So I don't know if there's relevance to it or not. But it isn't clearly irrelevant. Go ahead.
Would you need to see something? Do you remember writing?
Sure. Yes,
Do
I
you
would.
remember receiving or sending Mr. Anderson an email around May 18th, 2020?
I don't recall.
If I was to show you a copy of an email, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I mean, out loud.
Okay.
So were you aware that Mr. Anderson was planning on having a bonfire that week?
My daughter told me that that was the plan she knew of and expressed that to me. So in that email, I just mentioned that.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 288, which was what I just handed you. And this is an email that you sent to Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes.
And that
Yes.
date, and the date on that was May 18th, 2020 at 7:24 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And this email is about you coordinating a schedule with Mr. Anderson for visitation, and looks like a holiday schedule as well. Do you agree?
Yes.
So previously you had testified that on Monday, May 18th, 2020, you had told your daughter that you believed Mr. Gutierrez was missing, correct?
Objections. Argumentative and is a mischaracterization of what's been said so far. She's said she was crying because she was not in touch with him. At this point, she has not told her daughter that he is missing, and certainly has not indicated anything about Mr. Anderson. So it's a mischaracterization of the evidence, and it is irrelevant.
Rephrase your question.
Multiple times during direct examination, and
You don't need to summarize
Sure.
what you believe
you
the testimony was. You can just ask another question.
Sure. So you sent an email to Mr. Anderson trying to coordinate future visitations, even though at this point you're scared of him, you want nothing to do with him, and you believe your friend is missing.
Yes, I'm trying to coordinate for the children an agreeable schedule.
Judge, I'd ask to move in Defense Exhibit 288 and Defense Exhibit 264.
Objection?
They're fine.
Received.
And then I have no further questions subject to recross, Judge.
Redirect?
Thank you. We'll start at the back. Ms. Beecham, you were just shown Defense Exhibit 288, which was an email between, you to Mr. Anderson on the 18th of May. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And previously yesterday you had talked about a conversation you and the defendant had had all the way back in February of 2020 regarding how you saw your relationship moving forward, with you saying you just wanted to set up a schedule with the kids.
Correct.
Is this email in reference to your ultimate goal, which is to set up a reliable schedule for your children?
Yes.
Is there any mention in this email of wanting to get back together with him?
No.
Is there any language in here that says hugs and kisses from you to him?
No.
Is there any pet names or anything special you call him here regarding your deep love and affection for him that you've had all these years?
No.
So ultimately, was this you just trying to put a permanent schedule in place to make it regular for the kids to see their
Objection
kid?
meeting.
Why was it important to you to put a permanent schedule in place?
To avoid any more conflict with him, and to just keep it cut and dry to the kids and exchanging.
Now, on this day, you had testified that you had attempted to reach Mr. Gutierrez multiple times.
Yes.
And at that point, you hadn't yet driven down to Kenosha and seen the scene, accurate?
Correct.
So does this email have anything to do with your worry for Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Now, we previously talked about May 7th and you catching your daughter with a phone that you indicated she was supposed to record you on. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And that you had taken that phone from her and ultimately looked through it for the Amazon purchase that you then showed on the screen?
Yes.
Objection leading.
I'm just trying to get to the question, just orienting this.
Sustain.
And after you took that phone from your daughter and did the investigation into the Amazon purchases, what, if anything, did you do on that phone search-wise?
Nothing that I recall. I just was looking for the videos that I was told that were on there, and then I was looking to see if there was any other evidence of.
You had previously testified that the defendant has a number of different phones. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And so we had I specifically shown you State's Exhibit 112, which was the flip phone, and 113, which was the Moto G6 phone that you call a burner phone.
Yes.
Were there additional phones that you were aware of that the defendant had?
Yes.
I'm going to object. It's been asked and answered on direct.
Your Honor, they then went into what phone was recovered on the 7th.
The objections are moved.
And directing your attention to then May 7th, after you had done your cursory search of the phone, did you use that phone that you had found that night for any other purposes that night?
No.
I'm approaching you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 287. So this is, yep. I'm approaching with States 287, which are Celebrate reports regarding the Moto G6 phone web activity from May 7th of 2020. What time approximately do you remember, in terms of time of day, you finding this phone on your daughter that you then confiscated?
I found it would have been at night. Yeah, it would have been at night. I think I feel like the next day maybe I looked, or I can't remember.
So the phone you found on your daughter, you found the night of the 7th?
Correct.
So I'm going to show you the web search history and message history for the G6 phone from that same night and inquire if, based on this activity, this was you on this phone or this phone was not the one you located on your daughter.
Okay.
So we'll go to, I apologize, it's going to be page 4 of this exhibit. You see at the right where it keeps saying web history?
Yes.
And then it shows time frames of 11:08. Let me. see at the top here where we're talking about web history on the Moto G6 at 11:08 p.m. Last visited something called Flex Steel Curved Couch OBO Furniture. See that at the top?
Yeah.
Then below that, 5/7 at 11:09 p.m. Milwaukee for sale couch on Craigslist. See that?
Yeah.
5/7 at 11:10 p.m. recliner couch love seat furniture. See that?
Yeah.
Are these any searches that you are doing on the phone you found on Olivia on the 7th of May?
No.
So the Moto G6 that is having these searches be done on it wasn't you.
Objection, leading and argumentative.
So
The objection is sustained.
So this Moto G6 is searching for these things, that's not you.
I'm going to object again, then speculative,
Leading with
argumentative.
Leading with different words.
I'm just going to continue on with additional searches that occur on this phone. So 5/7, we continue to look at couches. Is that accurate on this Moto G6 phone?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
And are any of those you?
No.
11:25, Milwaukee for sale couch. Is that you?
No.
I'm just going to skip some pages here. Jumping to page number 8 of this exhibit of the Moto G6 search history from that night. Into the early morning hours. Now we're at actually 5/8 at 4:50 a.m. Back on Craigslist for jobs for a couch. Do you see all those?
Yes.
Then more search history at 5:01 a.m. Is that you?
No.
Now, you had previously talked about other phones that the defendant had had. Are you familiar with those phones as well?
Yes.
So are you sure exactly which phone your daughter had that night that she was trying to record you with?
I don't know the exact phone.
But the search history from the G6 isn't you.
No. There were 3 Moto G6, or 3 of those.
When you say there were 3 of those, who owned 3 of these?
He had 3 of those Moto 6s. They were all the same kind of phone.
Okay, so you recovered what you believe to be a Moto G6 phone, you're just not sure which one?
Correct.
You were shown some texts regarding language about the defendant, and excuse the terminology, fucking with you and you fucking back with the defendant. You remember that?
Yes.
What was your emotional mindset at that time regarding what the defendant was doing?
Well, I was upset. I was scared. I was frustrated. I didn't know what to do anymore. I'd reached out for help and asked, but was told that there was nothing I could do unless I had proof. So, yeah, I just at my wit's end. You know, I just wanted it all to stop. I wanted all of it to just stop.
And that specific text was from May 10th of 2020. Was some of that frustration that you just described regarding finding the planted phone?
Objection, leading.
What about the defendant's behavior in the days preceding that made you so frustrated?
Finding the phone was definitely a big deal. And just everything leading up to it seemed like it just kept getting more and more amped up, more and more. There were more things I was finding out.
more information that was trickling in, the fact that my daughter was telling me she had knowledge of things that was very frustrating. I felt like I didn't have control of the situation, and I just wanted to try to be as amicable as possible, and he wasn't allowing us to do that. And so it just became frustrating, and I just felt like just angry.
You've previously been shown some text messages between yourself and Mr. Gutierrez regarding Mr. Gutierrez talking about wanting to beat his ass. You remember those?
Yeah.
What were the emotions going on in your life regarding the defendant's behavior that led to you having those feelings at that point?
I guess I'm going to object to the form of the question. She was talking about the text messages Mr. Gutierrez sent.
I'll rephrase. During that text exchange, your frustration, I guess, were you frustrated during that text exchange between you and Rosalio?
We were both frustrated. I think, I was trying to explain to him what was going on and inform him what was going on, that I was frustrated. We were only together for a few months, but we talked a lot, and we really had a good connection, and I really trusted him, and it felt like he really wanted to protect me from that, and genuinely. And so I think he was just trying to make me feel better and just trying to be a nice person, and just making me feel protected. I think that's all that really was.
About the number of phone calls that you had placed to Mr. Gutierrez on 5/18 and 5/19. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And you were asked whether or not you remembered leaving a voicemail. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
If you wouldn't have left a voicemail, why would that have been?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
If she knows, she can answer.
I didn't typically leave a message, so I don't know that I really would have. Maybe I would have, but I don't really recall if I did or didn't. If I did, it would have just been quick.
And in your previous conversations with Mr. Gutierrez, was he usually quick to respond to you?
Yes.
So did the length of time with him not responding cause you concern?
Objection, meeting.
So why on May 18th were you caused concern based on the lack of contact with Mr. Gutierrez?
Because that morning I didn't get, well, actually the previous night, I didn't get a good night text. And so that was alarming, or just, I wasn't sure. And then that morning I didn't get a good morning text. And so I thought that was weird. And then I text him. And then I texted him in the afternoon again, and I still didn't get a response. And that
started me kind of thinking that something was wrong or that maybe something happened. So that's what it definitely was unusual that he didn't respond to me.
Thank you.
Any recross?
Yes, limited, thank you. You said just now that you really trusted Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
I felt I could trust him, yes.
Did you know that on May 17th, the evening of May 17th, 2020, Mr. Gutierrez had planned to have a date with a different woman?
Irrelevant. Objection.
What's the relevance of that?
The relevance is if she trusted him, she's saying she trusted him, and also she's saying that she hadn't heard from him in the morning or evening of May 17th, morning of May 18th. If she knows if he was with another woman, then that could have provided an explanation to why he wasn't texting her.
Overall, you can answer the question, ma'am.
I didn't know that he was meeting with anyone. Per our conversations and our interactions, I didn't have any reason to feel like he was interested in anybody else. Also, I understand that new relationships are difficult, so, I didn't know anything about it, but I didn't have any reason to feel like he was lying to me or that he was looking elsewhere, so.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
You may step down, ma'am.
Sort of a shorter witness? What would be your preference?
Well, probably somebody about.
Judge, before I do that, I would just move this states 287 into evidence.
No objection.
All right. I don't know about a shorter witness. Brief, short.
You're making a short.
5'10". I don't know. Let's. I'll leave it in your hands.
Okay.
Although we will be taking a break probably within 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, sir.
And we'll do a brief witness.
Yeah.
Brief.
A brief
not,
witness.
Not short.
Yeah.
Although
No.
most people are short to Mr. Green.
No witness has been either brief or short in this case. So, yeah. Okay, so we have the. Martin Howard, Your Honor.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please be seated.
Detective Howard, how are you employed?
With the City of Kenosha Police Department.
And your names are Marty or Martin Howard. Can you spell Howard, please, for the record?
His mic's not working.
All right.
You got it?
Howard.
And Detective Howard, how long have you been employed with the Kenosha Police Department?
For 11 years.
How long have you been a detective?
For 4 years.
As part of your duties, were you on duty as a detective on May 21st, 2020? Apologize.
Yes.
Okay. And on that date, were you assigned a task to see if you could figure out the details of a Walmart receipt?
Yes, I was provided a photo of a Walmart receipt that was partially legible.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 115. I'm going to ask you to take that out. And what my question is this document, or is whatever is in State's Exhibit 115, is it what was depicted in the picture that was sent to you? Okay? And you can take it out with the jury.
Yes.
Does that appear to be the same document that you received a picture of?
Yes.
And how are you able to tell that? So in other words, what are the details of that you recall so that you know it's the same document?
When I received the photo, I recalled that Walmart was just barely legible at the top of the receipt. The entire middle portion of the receipt was illegible. There was a barcode at the bottom of the receipt, which was almost complete. And then there was what appeared to be 12 digits of a transaction code that were at the bottom of that receipt, with some digits missing at the end, and all that matches with this.
And as to 115, could you see a date on there of the transaction?
Yes, there's also the date of May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.
All right, so those two things are legible on 115 as well? On Exhibit 115?
Yes.
Okay, so the picture you had appears to be a true and accurate copy of what you see in Exhibit 115 then?
Yes, absolutely.
The picture does not appear to be changed or altered in any way from what you're seeing in 115?
Correct.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, then you had a date of a transaction, a time, a store, and part of a barcode. Did I have that? Do I have that summary correct?
Only Walmart. I don't know what.
What did I say?
Yeah.
Walmart.
You said a store.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
I just know that it's a Walmart receipt at that
Okay.
time.
And date, time, and a large portion of a barcode, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what did you decide to do with the document that you had a picture of?
I went to the Kenosha Walmart at 3500 Brumback Boulevard, and my plan was I felt the best option to get clarity on the receipt was approach a manager and see if a manager would be able to scan that barcode at the bottom of the receipt.
Ultimately, in that effort, did you speak to a person named Paul Webb at Walmart?
Yes.
All right. And was that also on May 21st?
Correct.
And without you knowing exactly what Mr. Webb did you then leave that task with a document in hand?
Yes, I was with Paul Webb. He first tried to scan the barcode, and that did not work. And then I was with him for approximately 30 minutes as he attempted to put different numbers at the end to complete a transaction code. And approximately 30 minutes later, he was able to produce a transaction code.
And then did he generate a document based on those efforts?
Yes.
Without you knowing the details of those efforts, through his efforts, he generated a document for you?
Correct.
I'm going to show you now what's
I'm
been
going
marked.
to object to this coming in at this point.
He's going to ask questions. I didn't hear anything about coming in.
Yeah, I'm not introducing it at this point. Obviously there are still foundational witnesses. I'm just asking his testimony on these exhibits before they can be exhibits that would be.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So as to.
Well, Judge, I guess I'm going to object to if he's going to have the witness read what the contents of that are.
He didn't ask that.
Okay.
I don't think he requested that the witness read it.
Read it to himself, to review it, but not read it, not publish it.
Well, you did say that?
Well, he's going to look at it himself, but not publish it in any way to the jury.
That's what I understood was
Yeah.
going to be the question. Okay.
Can I proceed?
Good.
Yeah. I'm going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 256. Ask you to take a look at this document. Is that a document that you received from the manager at Walmart during the stuff that you talked about so far?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document and just indicate In terms of the document you were provided, is it a true and accurate copy of the document you were provided by Paul Webb, a manager at Walmart?
Yes.
Okay. And does it appear to be changed or altered in any way?
No.
Okay. And then, so what, if anything, did you do with this exhibit? So after you received it from the Walmart employee, what did you do next?
I observed it, and I observed that the date and time at the bottom of this document matched the photo of the receipt that I had obtained. And then there was more information on this document, including a location for the Walmart and 12 items that were purchased, and also the total.
So without talking any more about the details, thank you. What did you physically do with the document next? Did you share it with someone? Did you drive somewhere? In general, what did you do next with the document?
At this time, Detective Brightshaft and Detective Antaramian were driving to the Mequon area to do canvassing of surveillance footage, and I notified them immediately and told them that they should respond to the Saukville Walmart to look at surveillance footage there.
And did you provide them a copy of this exhibit?
Yes.
And can you just one more time say what the number of that exhibit is?
256.
Okay. So you provided a copy of 256 to Detectives Antaramian and Brightshaft, who were proceeding up in the area of the Saukville Walmart. Is that correct?
Yes. After I notified them of this, they rerouted from Mequon to the Saukville Walmart.
I have nothing else regarding this exhibit at this time, Judge.
Cross-examine.
Your involvement in this case was more than just your Walmart investigation, correct?
Correct.
You had interviewed several people as well.
Correct.
You interviewed Christine Remsburg.
Correct.
That, your knowledge, what was her relation to Mr. Anderson?
Objection would call for hearsay.
To his,
Well, you asked to your knowledge,
what
but,
was her relation to Mr. Anderson?
but your question began with to your knowledge, and that would suggest that the information came from a source other than hearsay.
Why did you want to interview Ms. Remsburg?
Because I was advised that she had a relationship with Mr. Anderson.
And you also interviewed Joshua Anderson.
Yes.
Why did you interview him?
He is the brother to Zachariah Anderson.
In this investigation, you also were tasked with reviewing and listening to reports, 911 calls, things of that sort.
I did not review reports. That's usually delegated to the lead detective, but did you say 911 calls?
Yeah.
I listened to a 911 call once while at Mequon PD, and then I obtained a copy of a 911 call to bring back to Kenosha PD and enter in evidence.
What 911 call did you review?
It was a 911 call from Zachariah Anderson to Mequon PD, I believe from his residence.
Do you remember the summary or the essence of what that 911 call was?
Objection, that's hearsay.
Not asking for specific statements, just a summary.
The question was whether he remembered.
She asked for a summary. She asked for a summary of the hearsay 911 call. That was the question.
And I'd also talk about business records if we want to go down that road.
Man, how did I miss so much of that question? Just to excuse myself, this is not my regular assignment, the trial of criminal cases. I'm now on a different assignment, and I'm still trying some criminal cases but I also have to deal with these civil issues, and some of them are quite time sensitive, so. But I sure don't recall all that content. Why don't you rephrase your question?
Do you remember what the 911 call was about?
Well, that certainly opens the door to hearsay. I don't know, but it certainly would. It's starting off that way.
So he's been asked questions so far.
I don't think there needs to be an argument on it.
Pardon me?
I can.
No, I don't need an argument. It's starting off as hearsay.
You're aware of how law enforcement agencies maintain business records?
Every different agencies do maintain records differently. There's lots of different record systems. I have knowledge on how Kenosha PD retains some records, but I do not know how Mequon PD obtains theirs.
Sure, but you had, in this particular situation, you said that you took a copy of that 911 recording, correct?
Correct.
So when you took it, it then was processed into Kenosha Police Department's evidence log and property, correct?
Correct.
Explain how that works.
So, Judge, I'm going to object because this is still calling for a statement from the defendant.
I'm not asking that.
Yeah.
That was not my question.
Well,
I have to agree. I
area
didn't.
of inquiry.
Pardon me?
The whole area of inquiry. So let's say we qualify this as a business record. It is still a statement of the defendant, and it's not a party opponent. So it's still going to be here. You can't play.
But her question, this question, does not ask what you fear. It suggests it's coming.
Right, and I'm trying to save the time. I'm trying to get the court to understand that even if we got through this.
The question of its on its own is non-objectionable.
Did you need me to repeat the question?
Yes.
I don't remember it verbatim, but it was to the point of if you could explain to the jury when something's received into evidence what that means, how that whole process works.
When you say received into evidence, that's a term we use around here all the time.
That's why I'm asking.
You're talking about at the police department.
That's why I'm asking him to
You're not
explain
talking
that to
yeah.
the jury. Correct.
Okay.
As it relates to the 911 call. If you could explain the process of logging it, processing it to the jury.
I believe it was copied onto a CD or a DVD from Mequon PD, which was then brought to Kenosha PD and entered into our evidence.
And when you said entered into your evidence, who maintains control of that?
There's an evidence department of Kenosha Joint Services, and that's an entity that assists Kenosha Police Department and Kenosha County Sheriff's Department.
Right. So related to law enforcement.
Yes.
And a copy of that disc still exists to your knowledge?
Yes.
You were also tasked with trying to obtain additional documentation or information pertaining to the investigation?
Yes.
One of those things was Mr. Gutierrez's rental agreement.
Yes.
And had you been in correspondence with the manager of Wood Creek Apartments, Caitlin Ryan?
Yes, that was brief.
Right.
We did speak.
And you provided all the information you gathered from that conversation to Detective Correa?
I believe so.
Do you remember creating a NAMIS case as well for Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
NAMIS is it's primarily a website. It's operated by the federal government, an arm of the Department of Justice. And what NAMIS is, it's the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. One of the main goals of NAMIS is to connect missing persons with unidentified human remains So the website is open to the public, but there's a section of the website that is only accessible by like law enforcement and medical examiners' offices.
And so you created the case. Can you explain to a jury what creating a case means as it relates to this particular case?
Yeah, so I created the NamUs profile for Rosalio Gutierrez on the website, so it's still there today. In creating the profile, what I did was try to obtain unique identifying physical characteristics of Rosalio Gutierrez and enter that into the website.
And you had obtained that information from those close to him, such as his mother?
Yes, primarily his mother.
And to your knowledge, are you tasked with keeping up to date if there are any hits from NamUs?
So there are people in the DOJ that work within NamUs because, as mentioned earlier, different police departments keep different records. This is a clearinghouse where there's information at a central location, and then people from the DOJ can look at unidentified human remains and also look at identifying characteristics of NamUs profiles and make matches when there are matches.
And also, at a time, you spoke with Ms. Patterson, Mr. Gutierrez's mother, on several occasions or twice.
It was a couple times.
One of those times, do you remember asking her for dental records for Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And why were you asking her about the dental records?
Because that is one way where if there were bones recovered in a location, there are some unique aspects to how people have different teeth, and there was a potential for identification if a body was ever located that matched.
And were you given those dental records?
Yes.
And did you review those dental records?
It was a couple images which I uploaded to the NamUs profile. I don't know how dental records work in identifying features of those, but I did observe pictures of teeth, x-rays.
What was the Walmart receipt exhibit? Exhibit 115, which was, yeah, the Walmart exhibit. You just reviewed that right now, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't reviewed this particular exhibit in person before today, or had you?
I've not seen this in person until today. I saw a picture of it on May 21st, 2020.
And when you saw a picture of it, where was it? Was it where it was originally found, or was it in the evidence room?
I don't know exactly where it was. I believe there was a manila envelope in the background and a pair of latex gloves holding the receipt up in front of the camera.
Okay.
The picture being taken.
Okay. So on the back, so I guess I'm just going to show it up here on the Elmo. So this is the front of it, correct?
Yes.
Then I'm going to flip it around. The back is fine. You can fully read it, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions, subject to recall.
Detective Howard, you were asked whether you entered a case into NamUs, N-A-M-U-S. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that case get entered by you on May 22nd, 2020?
That sounds right.
So that was 3 days after the crime scene that we over at Wood Creek?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Any question?
No.
You may step down.
Okay.
Speak. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Read, watch, or listen to any count of the trial. 10 to 15 minutes. Any question? Okay.
State calls Paul Webb to stand.
Would you do so much for the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Mr. Webb, can you state your first and your last name, spell your last name for the record?
First name is Paul, last name is Webb, W-E-B-B, the third.
Back in the time period of May 21st of 2020, were you employed?
Yes.
And what was your employment back on May 21st of 2020?
I'm a front-end coach at Walmart.
And what does a front-end coach mean?
Basically the overall manager on that front end.
Okay. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just in that area, but the total store, but that was my specific area.
And at which were you at a particular Walmart store during that time period?
Yes, the Kenosha location.
Okay. And do you continue to have employment with Walmart today?
Yes.
All right. In your capacity at the Kenosha Walmart back on May 21st, 2020, did you have a detective or somebody from the Kenosha Police Department approach you to see if you could figure out how to find out additional information on a receipt?
Yes.
And the way you saw that receipt, was it a picture?
No, it was an actual receipt document from what he had.
So I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 115, and what I'm going to do is have the detective come up so you don't have to touch it, and he'll just show it to you closely enough so you can inspect Exhibit 115. If we can do that way, please.
Yes,
Okay.
that was the exact receipt that he gave me.
So you feel confident that is the receipt?
Yes.
Okay. And did you, in terms of having that receipt, based on what you recall, what information did you have to go on? In other words, to try to figure out how to fill in the blanks on the receipt?
The time, stamp, the date, and on the bottom there's a transaction code that we put into our database to try to locate receipts. And we can look at other store receipts. It doesn't have to be our own because it's in the database through Walmart.
And did you have the entire transaction code or just a large portion of it?
Just had the large portion, and I had to basically process elimination with the numbers to kind of find the actual receipt.
And when you use that transaction code, were you also attempting to match it to the time and date of the transaction?
Yes.
Because you knew that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you said we are able to do this and we're able to look at other stores. who are you talking about when you say we?
We as in managers, we have that option to do so. Just because you could go to other locations and get receipts found for other people.
And what mechanically are you operating? So are you doing this by hand files, or what are you looking at to do this?
It's electronic journal, so it's done on a computer.
And who keeps this electronic journal? Is it a corporation or one person? Who does this?
It's the corporation. It's done through our home office down in Bentonville, Arkansas, where they have a particular application that we go to be able to pull up electronic journal receipts.
And is this a particular program, this journal that you're talking about, where you're looking at transaction numbers? Is that something that you commonly use for other purposes at Walmart?
Yes.
Okay, so describe what would be the most common purpose by which you would use this exact same process. What sort of thing happens at Walmart that would cause you to need this?
Well, there are customers that come in our store that have receipts that are faded like that we have to try to find for them if they're trying to do a return or trying to get like warranty information. They would need to get the actual document, so that's something that we get for them.
Okay, so on May 21st, utilizing what you've been shown, Exhibit 115, did you go to a particular laptop or computer and attempt to do this process you've described?
Yes.
Okay. And was the machinery you were using in working order? In other words, did you see any signs that things weren't working?
Yes, it was in working order.
Okay. And did you have to do anything other than the typical process you do at Walmart to take a faded receipt and figure out, what the rest of the details are?
No, it was just getting that information on there and finding it.
Pretty standard for you?
Yes.
Okay. So ultimately, were you able, with the numbers that you had, to find a transaction that matched that date of May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.? Were you able to find a transaction number that did match that?
Yes.
And was that your Walmart store where that transaction had happened, or some other one, if you remember?
It was another store.
Okay. And when you had that data, so when you found the match, is there any kind of document that you then generate?
Yes.
And what's that called? What do you call it?
We just call it a printout.
Okay.
A receipt printout.
And what does that document contain, to your knowledge?
It contains just like a regular receipt. It contains the store number, the store manager, time, date, the actual full transaction code, how they paid,
okay,
and the items that they purchased.
So it's not exactly like the receipt I would normally get when I go to Walmart.
No.
But it has the same information.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 256 and ask you if, again, in the context of 115, the one we just showed you, is 256 an exhibit you recognize?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Okay. So what is Exhibit 256 then, again, in the context of what we've talked about?
It's just like right up top. It's the item history. It's not an actual receipt, but it shows every item information that customer purchased.
Is this the document that you provided when a detective came to you with Exhibit 115? Is this the actual document that you provided?
Yes.
Okay. Or a photocopy. It's the same document in terms of content?
Yes.
Okay. Is this exhibit I've just shown you changed or altered in any way from what you generated on May 21st to try to assist the Kenosha Police Department?
No.
Does it appear, other than the sticker that's on it, does it have any changes or alterations from the document you provided?
No.
Judge, I'd move admission of this exhibit now based on his testimony.
Is there objection?
No.
Received.
And after you provided it to the detective, did you do anything else in this case?
No.
Okay. And again, this exhibit is what number? If you could say the sticker number.
S256.
So as to 256, it tells the store, correct?
Yes.
All right. It gives you the date and time of the transaction,
Mm-hmm.
whether it's paid for in cash.
yes or no?
Yes.
Whether it's paid for in cash,
Yes.
and it itemizes what items were purchased in that transaction?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing else with this witness.
Cross-examined?
Yes, thank you. Good, is it afternoon yet? No, good morning, Mr. Webb.
Morning.
So you were a manager at Walmart around May 21st, 2020, during COVID.
Yes.
Interesting time to run a store. Were there times where your store, was closed because of COVID or had limited hours?
Objection as to the Kenosha store, irrelevant.
Well, if he knows he can answer.
Yes.
And what were those changes?
It depends on the store. Our store usually, during COVID, it was a protocol that had to be market level to tell the store, hey, we need to close down. But it was very seldom. And of course, we used to be a 24-hour store, but when COVID hit, we closed at 11 p.m.
And that was store specific?
In our market, yes.
What do you mean in our market?
Because there's different markets in a location where there's market 435, which is our market, and there's 444. So there's different market with different locations.
Okay.
Within Walmart.
Okay. And so, the corporate office though, would they allow the markets to make the decisions themselves, or was that something that corporate would decide for a specific market?
Well, they have to reach out.
Sir, objection irrelevant. What corporation is doing? Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, you can answer it.
So they will have to reach out to corporate and see if it's feasible. There's numbers that we have to call if we have to, close down for a certain reason.
And then during COVID, as a manager, were you aware of quantity limitations that were placed on certain products?
Yes.
Okay, and could you explain that a little bit for the jury?
Just certain, like toilet paper, paper towels. We limited customers getting large quantities because people were trying to buy everything on the shelf. So it was a limited quantity that you could purchase.
And was that decided by the specific market as well?
No, it was actually company-wide.
Company-wide, okay. So as far as some other items that were restricted, how about like Lysol wipes?
That was limited too, but every store wasn't going by that.
And then how about gloves?
Gloves wasn't restricted.
Okay.
It wasn't part of the restriction.
Sorry, was not?
Was not.
Thank you.
At the store, did you have practices in place to encourage maintaining social distancing, 6 feet, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. What were some of those things?
We had.
Same objection, irrelevant.
We're getting close to the edge of relevance.
This was going to be my last line of questioning, Judge.
I can't complain. You can answer it.
Yes, there were protocols that we had to abide by during COVID. There were aisle decals that we had to put on the floor to state the distance, and arrows throughout the aisles to know the pathway to actually go in the store. Again, working at the store, customers didn't always go by that, but there was protocol that we had to put out in place for that.
Thank you. I have nothing further for the witness.
May I redirect?
Were garbage bags ever restricted, like 13-gallon garbage bags?
No.
Nothing else?
Any recross?
No, Judge.
Let me step down, sir.
Judge, just while he's making his entrance, the state would just move exhibits 207, 220, and 222 into evidence.
Is there objection?
It's more of the records from this morning that got in.
No objection.
Proceed. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Please be seated.
Detective Brightshev, can you state your first and last name and spell your names for the record?
Certainly. My first name is Philip, Phillip. My last name is Brightshaft, Brietchaft.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a detective with the City of Kenosha Police Department.
How long have you been so employed?
Since 2006.
How long have you been a detective?
Since June of 2017.
And I want to turn your attention now to May 21st of 2020. At that time, were you provided information that you should proceed to the Saukville Walmart?
That's correct.
Who were you with?
I was with, at the time, Detective Antaramian, but now he's Sergeant Antaramian.
And were you provided a document that you were asked to present to an employee at the Saukville Walmart to see if they could match it to any video surveillance they had at that location?
That's correct.
That was your task?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 256. And I'm going to simply ask you, in the context of what we talked about, is this a document that you recognize in terms of receiving it and then passing it on?
Yes, it is.
So you did not create that document itself, right? The document you have in front of you?
No, sir.
What is that document as best you understood as you started your task?
Absolutely. It is a receipt for several purchases from a Saukville area Walmart.
And so is that a document then that you presented to another individual at Saukville?
That is correct.
Okay. And did you meet an individual there whose name is Peter Wertschnig?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you did that, did you show him Exhibit 256?
Yes, at some point in time.
Okay. And then what were you present for, or what did you observe happen when you presented 256 to this individual at the Saukville Walmart?
We advised Mr. Wertschnig that we're looking for video, including arrival and activity within the store, as well as departure that would surround this purchase.
And were you present as he either looked by hand or manipulated a machine or did whatever he did to try to take the document 256 and match it to video?
I'm going to object as far as the form of the question, its testimony.
The objection is overruled.
Were you present for any process that Mr. Wertschig was involved in?
Yes, sir.
What did you observe him doing?
He was going through the Walmart video surveillance system at that location, and he was applying the date and the time of this purchase into their software.
And ultimately, did this individual, Mr. Werschnig, provide you an opportunity to observe video surveillance from the Walmart store?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and then ultimately, did you observe that video, and did he make you a copy?
Yes.
And did you bring that copy then back from Saukville in some fashion?
Yes, sir.
How did you get it? Physically, what was it that you were given?
Forgive me, I don't recall if it was a flash drive or a disk. I believe we had, in canvassing, we had pockets fulls of flash drives or USB drives. I don't recall if it was a disk at that time or if it was one of these USB drives.
And when that was provided to you, did you have an opportunity to review then what was on the flash drive?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that flash drive a true and accurate copy of the documents of what you saw depicted in the video system when that flash drive was being created?
I'm going to object as a mischaracterization of prior testimony. This witness said he couldn't remember if it was a flash drive or a disk.
Rephrase your question.
Sure. Whatever document, whatever you brought back, either a flash drive or a disk, did you have an opportunity to review that?
The video from the Walmart that Strongley's purchased, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And when you looked at the flash drive or disk, did it? What, if anything, can you say about whether it accurately depicted what you had seen on the video screens as developed by Mr. Werschnig?
What I saw at Walmart with Mr. Werschnig and in reviewing said video matched up.
Okay. And so, and then after you found that that matched up, did you transport that back and provide it to the Kenosha Police Department in some fashion?
Yes.
And how did you do that? Did you give it to a detective? Did you put it in evidence? What do you recall about what you did, if you know?
In some combination or form, Detective Antaramian or Sergeant Antaramian, however you wish to refer to him. Between the two of us, we provided a copy for the rest of the investigative team and then put the original into evidence, be it a disc.
Judge, I asked for an opportunity to recall Detective Breitschaft after calling Mr. Werschnig. I want him to have an opportunity to observe the video when it's published and then to finally indicate, is this the same video that he provided? So it's, at this point, it's State's Exhibit 322.
State's Exhibit 1, number 322.
I'm sorry, State's Exhibit 1322. It's on our large flash drive and it's located there.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay.
But I guess I would object to him being present during the other witness's testimony. I think he can review the document on his own.
So what I was proposing is when that, just as a suggestion, to say whatever time I was going to have the other individual testify, and then I was going to have Breitschaft come in when I showed it.
Same. So I think he needs to be shown the video when he's under oath to be able to testify that it is the same.
Okay, do you want me to put it on the screen?
Impression that the further questioning was going to be generally limited to his confirming that they're talking about the same video.
That's correct. So,
Yeah.
so what we have
So
is
that's
we have
okay.
Exhibit 1322.
That's okay.
Okay, so can we just show it now, or how do you wish to do it?
Well, I didn't think she was in agreement with that, but if that's what was provided, yeah, I would say yes.
Okay.
It's going to require the further sponsorship of the of the provider.
Right. Who's in the hallway?
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
but you can go ahead and play it now.
Okay. So, Detective, we're going to show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, number 322, and it has a number of clips. So we're going to show you the clips, and then we're going to ask you, do you recognize this document as the true and accurate document that you saw generated at the Saukville Walmart, and that you then proceeded back to put it down?
Starting with clip 2.
Which clip?
Starting with clip 2. Can we get, can you stop it for a second? Can we get it so that the rest of it is, we get it as full a picture as we can?
They call full screen.
That's full screen? Okay.
Here. That shows up.
Okay, so that's the conclusion of clip 2.
I just asked that after a clip's shown that a question be asked about the witness before we just play consistent videos.
So as to clips 2 and 3, are those true and accurate copies of what you saw generated by Saukville Walmart employee and what you then brought back?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show clip 4, ask you the same questions. copy of what you were provided by the Saukville Walmart on May 21st, 2020?
Yes.
I'm going to show you the next clip.
This is clip 5.
5. That's the end of clip 5. Again, is that a true and accurate copy of what you received from Saukville Walmart 5/21/2020?
Yes, sir.
This is 6. That's the conclusion of clip 6. Is that a true and accurate copy of what you were provided by Saukville 5/21/2020?
Yes.
This is clip 7. As to clip 7, the same question I've asked on each of the other clips.
Yes.
This is clip 8. That's the end of clip 8, same question.
Yes.
This is clip 9. That's the end of 9. Same question.
Yes.
This is now clip 10. That's the end of clip 10. Again, is that true and accurate depiction of what you saw generated on May 21st, 2020?
Yes.
This is clip 11. That's the end of clip 11. Again, same question.
Yes.
And this is finally clip 12, last one. So that's the end of 12. So again, is that true and accurate copy of what you saw produced by the Saukville Walmart employee and also that you brought back to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes.
So as to Exhibit 1, number 322, do you believe that to be a true and accurate depiction of the information and document, in terms of video document, that you received from Saukville Walmart on May 21st, 2020?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move admission, again, subject to the foundation of the Walmart employee.
Objection?
No objection on the conditional admittance.
Received.
Is there a date and time stamp on this video? Can you make out what the date and time is of this final video?
Yes. So it was clip 12, I believe. It's May 18th, 2020, at about 8:38 in the morning, Central Standard Time.
I have nothing else at this witness, Judge.
No problem. No problem.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Werchnig to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
And spell your last name for the record.
Peter Werchnig, Wertschnig.
Mr. Werchnig, how are you currently employed?
I am a manager at Walmart Hartford.
And back in the time period of May 21st, 2020, how were you employed?
I was a manager at the Walmart in Stockville.
That's in Wisconsin?
Correct.
And on May 21st, 2020, did you have Kenosha Police Department detectives come to you with a item history document from the Walmart Corporation?
Yes.
And was that a document you're familiar with in your employment?
Yes, it was.
All right. And was there a request that you attempt to figure out whether you had video surveillance based on the information on that item history document?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 256. Is this a document that you reviewed in the context of this case?
Yes.
And when you reviewed that document, what were you able to learn from it that was going to assist you in being able to look at any video surveillance you would have available?
The copy of the receipt actually has a transaction number, a register number, and a timestamp for where the purchase took place. So I was able to use that to backtrack through the store.
So describe a little bit for the jury how this works. So you have a date and a time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you said there was an additional item that meant something to you, and what was that, the transaction?
Transaction number.
Okay. And what does the transaction number tell you? So I assume you have video of a whole store at a date and time, right? So how does the transaction number then assist you?
The transaction number will dial in the exact time that that purchase took place at that register.
So it'll tell you what register and what time?
Correct. So that'll pop up automatically in the system.
Okay. So what was the date and time that you were focused on based on Exhibit 256?
It was May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.
Okay. And based on the transaction number then, you were able to narrow down which register it was at?
Correct.
Okay. And tell us a little bit about the system that you're utilizing to be able to use the information you talked about and figure out the video. So describe what kind of system you're utilizing.
Sure. The camera system allows us to sync the multiple different cameras in the store to the same time. So we can use that to move from camera to camera and show the individual moving from one frame into the next frame.
And in this situation, you're being asked to take a look at something that happened a little more than 3 days before, correct?
Correct.
All right. Is that any problem in terms of this system?
No.
And mechanically, what are we looking at? Is this a laptop that you're using, and is it a particular software that you're operating? So give us a description of mechanically what are you doing to access this system.
It actually was a desktop CPU unit with a TV monitor.
Okay. And is this a particular system that you have experience with taking a receipt or a item transaction number and then having to work back and figure out the video? Is this something you've had to do before?
Yes, we use this system for various different managerial items in the store.
So give us an example of, other than detectives coming to visit you, so what would be the very typical way you might use this system? You have a transaction number, a receipt, and you are needing to look at video. What would be an example?
Correct. A lot of other time, too, it could be for any internal investigations with associate dishonesty, associate incident or accidents, productivity.
Okay. So would you describe yourself as moderately familiar with this system or very familiar with this system back on May 21st, 2020?
Moderately.
Okay. And did you then, were you able to plug the numbers in that you had and be able to get a result?
Yes.
Okay. Did the system that you operated do anything that caused you to believe it was not in working order? Any glitches, any problems that you remember?
No.
And using that system then, were you able to identify a particular at the register transaction that matched this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And then from there, the jury has now seen video. Looks like it has parking lot aspects, it has entry and exit, and it has walking around in the aisles. Were you the person who generated all those camera angles as well?
Yes.
So how did you do that?
As I mentioned previously, we can sync all the different cameras together. So when someone is in camera A, for example, we can see them walk into the frame of camera B, and we use that to try to track throughout the store.
And the particular software and machinery just does that for you. You don't have to go around and look for the.
I object to leading.
Well, it is suggestive, but he's talking to the person who actually is familiar with the operation of the equipment, and I suspect that the witness is unlikely to grasp at a suggestion from Mr. Gravely, whom I assume is not terribly familiar with the system at Walmart. So, overall.
So my question was, does the system cause you to have to look around for a particular individual in each aisle, or does it automatically provide you documents that matches the person?
I have to pull up that camera that was used.
Okay. So this is a hit or miss where you're looking at different aisles to see if you see an individual you believe is the same individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And using the transaction at the register, were you able to bring your video record all the way back to a vehicle in the parking lot?
Yes.
And then using this transaction at the register, were you able to then bring the video all the way out to a person going to a vehicle and then that vehicle leaving at an intersection?
Yes.
And did you have any trouble doing that in terms of utilizing the software or finding the individual who appeared to be at the register?
I did not.
Did you then generate some kind of a physical record of that? Other than keeping it in your system, did you in some way cause that to be provided to the Kenosha Police Department?
Correct. It was downloaded into a CD form.
Okay. And was that item then provided to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes, it was.
And when you did that, were you providing them a true and accurate copy of the document that you had just generated?
Yes.
Were there any changes or alterations from what you were providing them from what you had reviewed with them in the video system while you were present?
There were not.
Judge, based on the testimony now, I'd ask for the admission of Exhibit 1322 based on that foundational testimony.
No objection.
Received.
I provided you Exhibit 256. That is the actual or a copy of the actual document you were provided to provide this information?
Yes.
And that confirms that this transaction was in Saukville?
Correct.
And is this document a document that provides other information other than the date and time of the transaction and the store?
Yes.
What other information is included in a document of this type?
It has the items that were purchased, which we were able to use to determine what cameras to look up.
Oh, so that's part of how you knew where to look?
Correct.
Okay. Why is that? Are you familiar with where items are in what aisle?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So what items were purchased per this transaction on May 18th, 2020 at 8:36 a.m.?
There were a few items in the health and beauty department, Q-tips, Old Spice, and a shaver.
Okay.
There was also garbage bags.
How many boxes of garbage bags?
2 boxes of garbage bags.
And what do you know? Could you tell what size they were?
13-gallon.
Okay.
There was some Playtex gloves,
How many containers or how many of those boxes?
2 packages of large gloves.
Okay.
There was three containers of sardines,
Okay.
and there was 2 containers of Clorox wipes.
And can you tell how those items were paid for, again, just based on 256?
Cash.
Only if you know. Do you know when the store, this particular Walmart store in Saukville, was opening for the day back on May 18th of 2020? So we've just hit COVID. Do you know what the store hours were during that
I
period?
believe 6 a.m.
Nothing else, Judge.
Cross-examine?
Yes, thank you. You had stated that the normal hours during COVID, open hours was what? Sorry, I missed
I
it.
believe it was 6 a.m.
Was that different than your normal hours?
The store used to be a 24-hour location prior to COVID.
Okay, so when approximately, so in May 21st, 2020, or May 18th of 2020, your hours were different than what your normal hours would have been.
Correct.
And then as far as items with your store, were you familiar about any policies that were in place that restricted the amount of certain items customers could purchase?
Not at that time.
Not at that time? Okay. And during that time, though, did you, as a manager, notice that there was an increase in demand for certain items?
I believe there was, yes.
Do you remember what some of those items were?
Most likely disinfectants and cleaning supplies.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Nothing on those.
Give me a step down, sir. Well, what do you think? How about lunch? Let's take a break until 1:10. And please don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Don't discuss it with anyone, including members of your household and other jurors. And any questions? All right, we'll see you in a little over an hour. School.
Oh, really?
Because Monsignor Riley was born in Ireland. So it was a holy day. trying to figure out what that says. Your shirt. Brooklyn? What's that, the Nets? The Nets? Yeah. Well, I know it says Brooklyn. I was trying to figure out, you know, I'm old enough to remember the Brooklyn Dodgers. Really? Jackie Robinson? All right, let's continue.
State calls Rebecca Jekyll to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please be seated.
Ma'am, could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Rebecca Jaeckel, Rebecca Jaeckel.
And do you know somebody by the name of Sadie Beecham?
I do.
And how do you know Sadie Beecham?
We've been friends for about 30 years.
For how long? I think.
About 30 years.
And during your friendship with Miss Beecham, did you come to know someone by the name of Zachariah Anderson?
I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you point out where he's seated, what he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue suit with a plaid-ish tie, sitting at the table in the middle over there.
What kind of a tie?
Kind of looks plaid, blue and gray.
Fish.
No, plaid-ish. Sorry.
Plaid-ish, okay.
Plaidfish.
Do you think it's a fish tie? Is that what you said?
I thought she said a plaid fish tie.
I got it. Okay.
And I said, what, is it shaped like a fish? Or?
Yeah.
I've seen those. All right, indicating the accused.
And taking you back to 2019, 2020, did you become aware of when Miss Beecham ended her relationship for the last time with the defendant?
I'm going to object to relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
And when do you recall that being the final time that they had broken up?
I would say it was like around Christmas or shortly after,
Of what year?
2019.
Now, fast forward a short while, did you become aware of Miss Beecham planning a vacation?
Yes, I did.
And what was the nature of that vacation that you were aware of?
She had let me know that other friends of hers had been looking at going on a trip down to Mexico and that she had the opportunity to go and that she was thinking about going.
And what month would that have been in, if you can recall?
The trip was at the beginning of March 2020.
And what, if any, role were you going to be playing in her ability to go on this trip in March of 2020?
She had asked me if I would be able to possibly help out with the kids for a couple of nights while she was gone.
And what was the plan concerning you watching the children?
Well, they were in daycare at the time. I think the boys were, and I think their daughter, it was COVID, so I don't know where they were during the day, but I was at work. And then I would be there for the kids in the evening for dinner, bedtime, and then get them off to where they needed to be in the morning before I went to work. And it was Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday I was going to have the kids go with her stepmom and dad.
And what was the plan, to your knowledge, of whether or not the defendant was supposed to be present for any of that?
He was not going to be. He was actually out of state, was my understanding.
So I'm going to direct your attention to the early morning hours of March 5th of 2020. Do you recall something that caused you concern on that morning?
Yeah.
And what was that?
I had fallen asleep in the living room on the couch, and when I had woke up, the lights were off. I think the TV was in sleep mode, and I saw a dark figure at the end of the couch. And then when I don't know if I moved or made a sound or whatnot, but where my feet were, there was...
Judge, I'm going to object on the grounds of relevance and other acts. And if this needs to be argued further, I'd like it to be outside the presence of the jury.
Well, I'm going to, at this point, overrule the objection. Go ahead.
So what happened when you saw the figure at the end of the couch?
Like I said, I don't know if I moved or made a sound, but the lights went on, and The defendant was standing at the end of the couch just smiling at me and said, "Hey there." And I didn't really even know what to say. And so then he said, "Where the fuck are my kids and their whore mother?" And he went upstairs and woke up the kids.
And do you recall roughly what time of morning this was?
It was about 3:45 in the morning.
And where were you staying that night that the defendant was in the living room?
In Sadie's home.
And to your knowledge, did the defendant live there?
No, he did not.
To your knowledge, was he supposed to be there?
No.
After the defendant went upstairs to wake up the children, what do you recall happening next?
He came back down with the kids and stood there and started asking me. He actually had told me that he was surprised I was there because he thought I was be down in Mexico whoring with her when he saw my Jeep in the driveway. And then he asked me again who she was with, and I told him the people who he also knows. And he told me not to lie and that he knows she's fucking somebody whose name starts with an L.
Now, at this point, given your friendship with Miss Beecham, are you aware of anyone in her life at that point whose name or nickname started with an L?
Yeah.
And who is that?
Rosaleo. We actually called him Leo because when she first told me his name, I'm kind of hard of hearing, and so I was like, I didn't understand what she said, so we started, made a joke that we would call him Leo, and that's, for a while, that's how she referred to him whenever she would speak to me about him.
And prior to this March 5th incident you're talking about, approximately how long before that did you first hear about this Leo?
I want to say maybe late January, early February, she kind of started talking about this guy that she was kind of chatting with, and I don't know for sure if that was when, but I remember closer to Valentine's Day, she really started to talk more about him than, she had in the weeks prior.
Now back to March 5th of 2020, after I think the defendant said the thing about thinking that you'd be in Mexico, what happened next?
After he came back down with the kids, you mean?
Yes.
I remember I contacted Sadie, and 911 was called, and he was in the kitchen making breakfast and telling them to hurry up and eat because Auntie Becky says, "I'm a bad man and the cops are coming."
And was this still roughly around 4 a.m.?
It was around, yeah. I mean, when I looked at the clock, it was about, for the first time that I remember looking, it was about 3:45 in the morning, according to the clock in the living room.
And who had been the one to call 911?
Sadie did.
And why, in your understanding, was that done?
Because I contacted her and I let her
I
know.
don't object as far as speculation as to why Miss Beecham called 911.
Your Honor, I believe she's saying what she stated to Miss Beecham, which I believe she will then represent as why she believes 911 was called. It's all about her statements to Miss Beecham.
All what?
It's all about her statements to Miss Beecham about the situation, so it's not hearsay because she's going to provide it, and Miss Beecham has testified it had been crossed.
Overruled.
So I had contacted her and I just said, "What the hell, Zach is here? What is he doing here?" And I didn't know what to do. I was terrified. I didn't know why he was there. My understanding, he wasn't supposed to be there. And she proceeded to call 911 because if she hadn't, I told her I would.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 282. Appear to be the phone calls you referenced between yourself and Miss Beecham on March 5th of 2020, starting at 3:56 a.m.
Yes.
And then ultimately culminating with one at 10:43 a.m.
Yes.
Now, in reference to Ms. Beecham's relationship with someone you knew to be named Leo, you had indicated that the ending of the defendant and Ms. Beecham's relationship was around Christmas of 2019. Was Leo the first person that you were aware of that Sadie had shown any interest in?
Yeah, he was.
And being her friend of 30 years, were you privy to how that relationship was going starting in February of 2020?
Yeah, I was.
Now, did you ever meet Leo in person?
Unfortunately, I did not with COVID, but I did have an opportunity. He was at her house decorating for their daughter's birthday, and we had like a Facebook, it was Facebook Messenger, like a video call that night when we talked with them for quite a long time and got to know him a little bit. And then a couple times, like if she had been on the phone with them and she was with me, you know, she'd put it on speaker so he could say hello, but I never actually got to meet him face to face, no.
Now, being a friend of Ms. Beecham's for this long period of time, did she confide in you about her problems regarding the defendant?
She did.
And what in general do you remember being complaints that she was making in April and May of 2020 regarding the defendant towards her?
She was just the text messages, constant text messages and emails, showing up in places, or just kind of, sometimes he would go radio silent and then out of nowhere just send her really random messages, just very, I don't even know how to explain it. It was just a lot of instances that she had told me about of weird things happening, and then him kind of confirming it to her when she would call him out on it.
And at any point in April and May of 2020, did Ms. Beecham indicate to you any interest in rekindling her relationship with the defendant?
No.
And how would you describe the trajectory of Ms. Beecham's relationship with Leo during those same months? Were they still seeing each other? How was that going?
They were still talking. She seemed very happy, excited.
Seemingly is making you emotional. Why are you emotional over that sentiment that you just shared with us?
Objection relevance.
Your Honor, it goes directly to the
It's
motion.
commenting on her emotional state on the witness stand.
The objection is overruled.
Why does that make you emotional?
Because she deserved it. I wanted to see her happy. I wanted to see her in something that was good for her, you know? She's my best friend, and it was nice to see her truly, genuinely smile about someone who was treating her well.
Had it been a while since you'd seen her that happy?
I'm sorry, what?
Had it been a while since you'd seen her that happy?
Yeah, it had been.
I'm going to object to relevance.
Sustained.
At some point during April, May of 2020, did Ms. Beecham share fears with you that she was being tracked by the defendant?
She did.
And what in general do you remember regarding those conversations with Ms. Beecham?
There were a couple instances where she had let me know about a time that she had found a phone in her vehicle after she had taken the kids over to Zach's house to drop them off for the night. She had let me know about, there was a time that he was sending her messages about where she was headed and what she was doing. There was instances where he was sending her messages and she had told me that it was basically word for word of something that her and Leo were talking about while in his living room, and then she had gotten a message from him almost immediately after word for word on what Leo had said to her.
And so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 283. Messages between you and Ms. Beecham on May 14th, starting at roughly 2:33 p.m. Do you see those? And does the first one read, from Ms. Beecham to you, he's hacking into my phone or something. Liv just told me he hacked into her school Chromebook. And then she says, I can't prove it is the problem. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And you respond with, well, this is where Olivia needs to stand up and tell the police these things and they can look into it. Is that from you?
Yes.
Okay, and then a minute later, is there a text from you that says, phone call has been placed? And then a text, all I was told is it will be again, and you will not know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week. And then a minute later, it will begin.
Yeah.
What is that text string from you about regarding phone call has been placed? Who did you call?
My son.
And back in May of 2020, how old was your son?
18.
And why did you call your son at that moment?
Because he was 18 and he knows a lot about different applications and telephones and things like that. And I had asked him if there was anything we could put on her phone that would show that maybe that he had put something on her phone, but a way that he wouldn't know it was on her phone in order to prove that he was doing the things he was doing to her.
When you say things on her phone, whose phone were you hoping to find some application for?
Sadie's.
And why did you think perhaps your son would be able to assist with this?
Because, like I said, he's, he was young and they're very privy, and a good friend of his also, they're big into the video games and the software and things like that, and just had asked if they knew of anything that they could do to prove what was happening.
And ultimately, after calling your son and making that request of him, was anything able to be done in regards to helping out Ms. Beecham regarding potential software on her phone?
No, because he had told me that a friend of his...
I'm going to object to hearsay as to what her son said.
It sounds that way.
In general, was your son able to offer up any assistance in furtherance of this?
I'm going to object to foundation and how this witness would have personal knowledge of that.
Well,
Judge, if you recall, this specific text was brought up in opening. We indicated we were going to bring a witness to talk about this specific text. So this was a ruling that the court made, and it was regarding this text. So we're
well,
simply...
I'm talking about the question. There's an objection that it's lacking in foundation. Even though the general subject was explored earlier, there still needs to be foundational support for the testimony.
At this point, she's being asked the question, did anything come of this? So
Actually, that's not the question that was asked.
I can rephrase it.
Bless you.
Did anything come of this inquiry in terms of putting something on the phone?
No.
Moving forward to May 18th of 2020, do you recall having conversations with Ms. Beecham regarding the fact that she hadn't heard from Leo that day?
Yes, I do.
And in being friends with Ms. Beecham in the way that you were and how close you were, was it unusual that there would be large periods of time where Leo would not be in contact with her?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Sure. In knowing Ms. Beecham as you do, in her relationship with Leo, was it unusual that Leo would not be in contact with her for a large period of time?
It was unusual for him to not contact her.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 284. Just turning your attention to these texts between you and Ms. Beecham on May 18th at roughly 3:36 p.m. She tells you also no word from Leo today and says that's weird, maybe he forgot his phone. And then she says then no word from Zach either. And your response is, that scares me. Have you let Leo know that you just want him to check in? And then you also respond at 3:37, I wonder if he got his mail yet. Is that accurate?
Yes.
When you respond with, I wonder if he got his mail yet, what are you referring to?
I don't even remember.
Okay. So moving on to the next message at 3:37, yep, and no word. And you respond back with, has he been active on Facebook at all? And she says back, dunno, I'm a little sick. Leo usually checks in, or I guess on me. And nope, not since yesterday. He texts saying he just dropped off his kid and was going to his buddy's house. And then she says, thinking maybe he forgot his phone there or something. I don't know, kind of weird though. And you then respond with, okay, so hopefully he just forgot his phone. Do you think Zach would do some shit? She says, dunno, he's capable of anything. And you said, right, that is just it. Did you mail that shit? And she said, yes, it was expected to arrive today. Do you know what she had mailed?
I don't know, but I know at that time she was talking about mailing.
I'm going to object to
child support.
speculation. She just said she didn't know.
The objection is sustained.
And then you say, oh boy, well, whatever you do, please keep in contact with me, even just a hi, if I text you through the night. All accurate?
Yes.
And that was in concerns to not hearing from Leo that day?
Yes.
Now moving on to later that day, State's Exhibit 285. I'm going to show you texts that begin at roughly 6:04 p.m., so 2.5 hours later. Does Ms. Beecham text you, well, it's been almost 24 hours since I last heard from him. Either he lost his phone, something's wrong, or he is ignoring, blocking me. And she says his phone goes straight to voicemail. And you respond with Leo ? All accurate?
Yes.
She then says, yep. And then you ask, was he upset with you? When you ask, was he upset with you, were you referring to?
Leo.
And then you ask, what about Nutcase? Hear from him at all? When you say, what about Nutcase, who are you referring to?
Zach.
And does she respond back with, Zach sent me a text about an hour ago of a license plate that said, got twins, weird. And then Leo didn't seem upset about anything. Is that all accurate?
Yes.
And then you respond with, yeah, very. Maybe he just left his phone and it died through day. You know, if you have receipt from certified letter, you can see if they attempted or made delivery. And
Would you stop for just a moment, please? I'm going to ask the jurors to step out for just 2 minutes. Let's talk about the case. Ms. Beecham, you've been nodding your head in agreement with some of the testimony that's being given. And earlier on in the case, these folks over here on this side, I've seen some very occasional wagging of heads indicating disagreement with what's being said. If I notice anybody nodding in agreement or wagging head in disagreement, you will be immediately excused and will not be permitted to re-enter the courtroom. Does anybody have a question about that? Okay, thank you very much. Ask the jurors to come back in.
So we were in the middle of these text messages from May 18th, where we ended with the delivery one. So did Ms. Beecham then say back to you, yep, that's what I'm hoping, but still weird, he wouldn't go back for it? And you say, true. I would think if Zach contacted him in any way, he would be letting you know. I'm sure he is okay, but please let me know when you hear from him. And she says, I will. All accurate?
Yes.
Your message seemingly indicates you feeling like Zach may have reached out to Leo. Why did you feel that way?
Object.
Overruled.
Why did you feel that way?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Your message seemingly says, it actually legitimately says, I would think if Zach contacted him in any way, he would be letting you know. Why did you think there was a possibility that Zach would be trying to contact Leo?
Because of issues that had occurred prior to this exchange, just with the fact that she thought he was tracing or whatever, had something on her phone to be able to tell what her conversations were, and because of the fact that there had been an incident a few weeks earlier that took place at her house that was directly affecting Leo.
And then when you respond back at 6:14, you respond, I just hate the fact that because Zach is so goddamn twisted that your brain has to even go there. What did you mean by that?
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm going to object to relevance.
Well,
there's not a charge with Ms. Jekyll here. Why she felt a certain way about Mr. Anderson is completely irrelevant.
What's going on?
I can move on.
Bless you.
So moving on, then do you and Ms. Beecham have a 30, almost 7-minute phone conversation?
Yes.
And then roughly an hour-ish after that at 8:04 p.m., does she then text you, dude, I feel sick, I have a terrible feeling, my anxiety is soaring right now? And do you respond with, maybe you should drive there, and IDK, I don't know, have you called again? Not all accurate?
Yes.
And did she then say, I did call and I really want to? And you asked, did it ring or go straight to voicemail? Is that accurate?
Yes.
And she says VM, Accurate?
Yes.
And you say, she then responds, he would gotten another phone if it was broken or lost. And then she says, I think Zach has something to do with this. Somehow it is...
Judge, I'm sorry. I'm going to object at this point on the grounds that none of these text messages were covered with Ms. Beecham. Why a text message string now with hearsay components with this particular witness is relevant to the case is a stretch.
Well, we've talked about opening the door. Counsel introduced a number of text messages, and the state made a similar objection, and the court believed that the door had been opened to this sort of back and forth discussion certainly that's what we're doing.
I had not introduced any text messages between Ms. Jekyll and Ms. Beecham from this date. It was from May 14th, 2020. What I can see up on the screen is that this is May, is 18th or 19th. I can't see from this far.
18.
Well, there's a lot of questions that are of limited probative value, and are speculative and conclusory. So wrap it up.
Ultimately, that evening, I'll take these down. Ultimately, that evening, does Sadie continue to show concern that she hasn't heard from Leo on the night of the 18th?
Yes.
Now, moving on to the morning of the 19th. Does she text you at 7:58 a.m.? I'm so fucking sick right now, want to go for a ride? Did she text you that?
She did.
And what was that referencing in terms of your guys' conversation, as it looks like then you have a phone call right after that?
She wanted to drive down to Leo's house because she hadn't heard from him at that point.
And were you able to ride down with her to Kenosha to check in on Leo?
I was not.
And why not?
I had a meeting at work that afternoon in Brown Deer.
But as the morning progresses, do you stay in phone contact with Miss Beecham?
Yeah, I did.
And while you're in phone contact with her, what is she doing?
Objection, speculation as to what Ms. Beecham's doing.
Sustained.
When you receive the phone calls, I guess, are you on the phone with Miss Beecham when something causes her an amount of surprise?
Yes.
And how did you know she was surprised at that moment?
So, I guess the only way I can describe that I knew there was something wrong is I heard the most guttural sound I've ever heard come from a human being. And I was talking to her, and she had said both his vehicles were in the parking lot, and she said she was going to go to the door and just see if he was there. And then I heard her make a sound that I've never heard come from a human before, and she said, there's blood all over. And I told her to hang up the phone and call 911 and get in her fucking car. Those were my words.
And ultimately, did she do that, to your knowledge? Did she hang up?
She
with
hung
you?
up, and then I heard back from her again after. But I don't really recall the sequence, whether it was text message, phone calls, whatever. It was a whirlwind. It was a whirlwind.
And did you and she have a number of other conversations that day via the phone after the discovery of that scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask to move into evidence states 282, 283, 284, 285, and 286 at this time.
Any objection?
I guess I would object to the text message string between Ms. Jekyll and Ms. Beecham from 5/18 for reasons previously stated.
Overruled.
you.
Ms. Muller?
Thank you, Judge. Going back to when you were watching the kids when Miss Beecham was in Mexico, had you been made aware that Mr. Anderson would be coming to the residence to do laundry?
Nope, I was not.
Okay. And was there some sort of protective order that you were aware of that Mr. Anderson could not see his children?
No.
You had mentioned on direct examination that there were times where Mr. Anderson would go radio silent.
Yes.
Can you explain what you meant by that?
It's a term, like he literally would just completely not speak to her, not contact her, and then out of nowhere, turned up the volume.
How frequently would that happen?
It happened quite a bit, I would say, in 2019 is when it became a pretty frequent thing, on and off.
So there were times where Mr. Anderson would literally have no contact with Miss Beecham.
That I'm aware of, yes.
And that was on, I'm just trying to understand, that was on a pretty frequent basis starting in 2019.
More and more in 2019.
Right. Into 2020?
No, I said in 2019 is when it became more frequent.
Okay. Do you remember when in 2019?
After we came back from Arizona, at the beginning of 2019, there was some issues, and after that took place, he went radio silent, and then showed up out of nowhere after about 2 weeks, and then he was around quite a bit, and then he would do it again, and then towards the end of 2019, he shown around again, and that was that.
Okay. You talked about, I'm going to show you again, State's Exhibit 283. Is it up there?
Nope, it's right here.
So I'm going to be talking to you about this text message string about phone call has been placed. All I was told is it will be again, and you will not know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week.
Mm-hmm.
That next message you says it will begin. Are you correcting yourself for where you said it will be again?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know if it will begin is supposed to be put in, so the text would read, all I was told is it will begin, and you will not know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week.
Objection.
I don't know.
Objection. She said she doesn't know. So then the question is repeated, but her answer was, I don't know.
All right.
So you talked a little bit today about what you meant by that text. The state asked you some questions. When did you talk to law enforcement about this text?
I didn't talk to them until recently.
When you say recently, was this a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
About 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think.
Prior to 2 weeks ago, had law enforcement ever talked to you?
Not about this, no.
So 2 weeks ago, you tell law enforcement or whomever, and you testified to it today, that this message had to deal with your son, correct?
It had to deal with us trying to prove that he had something on her phone and who I contacted.
So you called your son, and your son then told you that it will begin, you will not know when, where, or how, call me in 1 week.
I didn't say my son said that. That was my text message to Sadie. My son had told me that if he and his friend would do it, it would be about a week.
Okay, and your son was 18 at the time?
Yes,
He living at home?
yes,
So your son who's living at home, you'd have to call him in 1 week to ask him about something.
no, I didn't say that.
Well, I'll show
I
you-
said that she can call me in a week. It doesn't say call him in a week, it says call in a week.
We'll break down the text you sent. You said, all I was told is, correct?
Correct.
So you're talking about, at this point, something that was told to you.
Correct.
And then you continue, it will begin and you will not know when, where, or how. Call me in 1 week.
Call me in 1 week.
So the call me in 1 week is something that you're saying wasn't told to you, but is what you're telling to Sadie.
Correct.
But everything prior to that is what you were told.
Objection, it's argumentative.
No, it says you will not. My message was to Sadie, and it says you will not. So that's my message to Sadie. I'm not repeating what was said to me. That message is to Sadie.
So what were you told then? Because you're saying all I was told is, but you're saying everything after that is not what you were told, but is something you're just telling Sadie?
All I was told was it will be again. That's what I was told. And then I say you will not know where or how. Call me in a week. That's my text message.
So what did you mean to Sadie then when you told her you will not know when, where, or how?
I don't know. I was being cryptic in the fact that I thought Zach was actually able to read her messages at that point.
So you don't know what you meant by this text then?
I know what I meant by it, but and it's basically saying it'll be a week and you can get it's to her.
So at any point did you get Sadie's phone?
No, I already said that nothing happened. I already said that nothing came of it.
But when you texted her, you didn't tell her that someone would need her phone.
I didn't have to tell her that at that point.
So you're thinking that Miss Beecham knew what your cryptic text meant?
No, I didn't think that she knew what it meant.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I just did. I said no, I didn't know for sure that she needed to know at that point.
Did you give law enforcement your son's information to talk to him about this?
They asked about where he was, and I said that he was stationed in Virginia at this time. And that was all I was asked.
You didn't give them his phone number?
No,
Did you give him an email?
no, I wasn't asked.
No further questions.
Nothing on that, thank you.
We have no redirect.
Great, so
Yeah, so I guess we're done. Give me a step down.
Thank you.
State calls FBI agent Hannah Judd to the stand.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated.
Agent Judd, can you state your first and last name and spell both of your names for the record?
Hannah Judd, HANNAHJUDD.
And Agent Judd, how are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
I started the academy in June of 2022 and graduated in October.
October of last year?
Correct.
Okay. And so you've been an FBI agent officially out of the academy since that date?
Correct.
Prior to that employment, were you also employed by the FBI in a different capacity?
Yes, I was a staff operations specialist.
And how long were you employed as a staff operations specialist for the FBI?
Since about March of 2017, and additional professional support staff positions prior to that.
How long have you been employed by the FBI altogether?
Since June of 2014.
Okay, and can you mention again what the position is in terms of being a specialist before you were an agent?
Sure. So as a staff operations specialist, which means I provided direct case support in the form of communications analysis, data analysis, open source research, and social media research.
And so you were not an agent, but you were directly assisting agents in those capacities?
Yes.
Were phone records a large part of your duties as a staff operations specialist?
Yes.
And are there various, or is there a program that the FBI utilizes to provide them data about what cell phone towers phones are utilizing based on the phone records you're provided by the carriers?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. Well, let me ask it this way:
Sure.
if you have someone's phone number in your capacity as a staff operations specialist, was there a way you were trained to try to figure out cell tower information regarding that phone?
Yes, so a search warrant would have to be obtained in order to get those records, and then there is a program that the FBI has that automates the analysis of those records, but I also would do analysis by hand to ensure the quality of that analysis.
And did you receive any specialized training regarding the analysis that we're speaking about thus far?
Yes, I took a approximately 2-day course put on by the cell site analysis experts of the FBI.
And after having completed that course, were you a person regularly used by the FBI to look at a phone number and attempt to figure out cell tower information regarding that number?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So back in May of 2020, well, let me go through the time period of May through November of 2020. Were you still employed in that capacity?
Yes, I was.
And during that time period, were you at one point asked to assist the Kenosha Police Department regarding phone activity on a phone in a case that you knew to be named Zachariah Anderson?
Yes, I was.
And was the phone number that you were asked to take a look at 262-689-3585? Was that one of the primary numbers you were asked to investigate?
Yes, that was one of the numbers.
And so based on your training, based on your duties, and having that number, were you able to figure out the carrier for that number?
I was provided the search warrant records that Kenosha Police Department had obtained from a search warrant authorized by the Circuit Court in Kenosha, and those were records provided by U.S. Cellular.
So at that point you knew who the carrier was?
Yes.
Okay. You had a phone number, and you had records?
Correct.
Okay. And mechanically then, were you asked first to find out if this phone, again, 689-3585, whether that phone had been in Kenosha at any time that the records reflected?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able then to use the FBI program you'd been trained on to do a search to see whether that phone had been in Kenosha during any of the relevant time periods.
So in this case, I did not use that program. I completed the analysis by hand. So I interpreted the cell towers that were provided in the call detail records and did a search through all of those for an instance in the Kenosha area.
And had you been given ahead of time a particular date to look for in this regard, or was it a
Judge,
wide
I'm
range?
going to object to this line of questioning based on the witness's own representation that she relied on data that was provided by a third-party source. The state has not provided notice as to relying on that record, whether that record's been certified. None of that evidence has even been introduced yet.
Well, we stipulated to this.
No, we have not stipulated to the certification of records. This was a point in my motions in limine.
So the stipulation, Judge, is that all...
Yes, Judge, if I can, I'm...
Why don't I take a look at the stipulation?
And
Why don't I take a look at the stipulation? Well, it's going to depend, I think, on the degree of confidence that the witness is able to express as to the authenticity of the records. So, even though it says without foundational testimony, I mean, there has to be something to authenticate what she was working with.
Well, I will have a detective who will indicate I was a part of doing subpoenas for these records, and then I turn them over to the FBI. We have that detective is still to testify in this case. But again, this says we have the foundation stipulated to. So I would not be on notice that I would need to provide anything additional. That the phone number I've given is the phone number of the defendant. These are phone records from the relevant period of time. We've already talked about that. So there'd be no reason for the state to assume that this stipulation would not cover these phone records. We, in fact, Judge, have been presenting phone records of this very phone number throughout this case.
As long as the witness is assured that the records are authentic, then I think you've covered it with the stipulation.
Okay. So should I go on?
If you wish.
Thank you. Again, my question at this time was, were you provided ahead of time any specific date to look for, other than a range of time period, to look for Kenosha tower information for this particular phone?
So I was asked specifically to look at the time period of May 17th and 18th, but then also any time in the records when the phone would have registered calls on cell towers in Kenosha.
And did you find an occasion where the phone, again, 689-3585, did register on a Kenosha tower to provide then to the Kenosha Police Department?
Yes, there was one instance on May 13th that a call was registered on a cell tower located in the Kenosha suburb area.
And did you prepare a visual map or diagram pursuant to your review of those records for purposes of display?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 289. And my first question is this a document you prepared?
Yes, it is.
focus in the right size. So, and is this, again, the record for May 13th that you just indicated?
Yes.
Okay. And what did your review reveal in terms of May 13th on that phone number that we just talked about?
There was one phone call that occurred on the U.S. Cellular site at 818 12th Street, Summer, Wisconsin, at approximately 9:34 p.m.
And were you provided the address for an individual identified as Rosalio Gutierrez as well?
Yes.
And did you indicate that on this map?
Yes.
Can you just approach the diagram and with your finger, Judge, could we use that pointer?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you approach 289 up on display and just indicate with the pointer where it is you have an address that would be relevant? And the cell tower is located where? Thank you. So from your perspective, the cell tower is in the location you've mentioned, and the proximity is outlined on this map on 289 regarding where that particular address, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other than this, did you ever find the phone that we've spoken about in Kenosha?
Not for the time period I was provided.
Okay. Is this document, 289, a true and accurate representation of your review and conclusions regarding the phone you were asked to take a look at for May 13th, 2020?
Yes, and it was also peer-reviewed by an associate of mine.
Has it been changed or altered in any way other than the sticker being placed on this particular exhibit?
No.
Judge, I move admission of State's Exhibit 289.
Objection.
I would ask that it be conditionally accepted, or conditionally moved in, with the condition being the authentication of the records by the detective.
I'm going to receive it subject to your cross, and if there's an issue raised, then I'll reconsider it.
So it's received at this point?
Right.
Okay. And other than the task of seeing if the phone number in question had been to Kenosha, were you also asked to take a look at the same phone number and see where it had been, if you could determine, during the dates of May 17th and May 18th?
Yes.
And did you prepare a diagram or a map that also reflected what you found regarding that?
Yes, I prepared a series of maps indicating the different locations.
So I'm going to first show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 290. And ask you, is 290 a map that you prepared?
Yes.
And does this account for a certain time period regarding that same phone that we've already spoken about?
Yes, this covers the time period of May 17th at 10:20 a.m. through May 18th at 6:38 a.m.
Okay, so throughout the evening hours of May 17th, correct?
Yes.
Into May 18th and through the early morning hours?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a period of time on May 17th where this phone is receiving calls that are not answered?
Yes.
And what is the time period that this phone is receiving calls that are not answered?
There were approximately 5 phone calls that were unanswered, forwarded to voicemail between 7:47 p.m. and 8:47 p.m.
Okay, I want to ask you about the limitations in your ability to be helpful on phone location, U.S. cellular records back in 2020 from May to November. If a phone call is not answered, are you able to provide any information to anyone regarding that phone's location?
No, if a call is forwarded to voicemail, U.S. Cellular does not provide any cell site information.
So anytime a phone's not answered, it's not going to register one way or another as to where it is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What about texts, right? So a large number of people no longer use their phone for voice discussion anymore. Are you aware of this?
Yes.
Okay. So if something is texted, does it show up in any review of any of the records that you've done so far or that we're going to talk about now?
No, based on my experience and training at the time, U.S. Cellular did not provide cell site records for text messages, and also as far as location information, my training told me that voice calls are the best evidence as far as location for the phone.
Okay. So again, the limitations then are text messages are not covered, unanswered voice calls are also not covered.
Yes.
What if a person calls?
Well, there was an answer 3 or 4 questions ago I wanted to be clear on.
Yeah.
And that was that calls which were forwarded, is what you said, are not recorded. Calls that are not answered. Do all calls that are forwarded fall into the category as not having been answered, even if they are answered at the forwarded number?
Wait, she meant forwarded to voicemail. What she said was forwarded to voicemail.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, Your Honor.
She didn't mean call forwarding to a different number or a different location.
Well, okay.
So
Thank you.
Could I clarify?
Please.
So in the records, there's a indication for when calls are forwarded to voicemail. And so when we see that code, there is no cell site record associated with that instance.
Okay, so let me just be sure I got this. So texts you're not be able to cover.
Correct.
And if somebody calls the phone, whether I answer it and have no voicemail, or if I have a voicemail set up and so it goes to my voicemail, in either of those cases, it's not covered by your records in terms of cell tower data.
I don't know exactly how U.S. Cellular defines call forwarded to voicemail, but if U.S. Cellular registers the call as a call that was forwarded to voicemail, then there is no cell site record, correct?
Okay. So we've indicated there were 5 calls during that hour period in the evening hours of May 17th that were not, that went to voicemail, right? Were not answered?
Yes.
Okay. For the rest of the time period that you have talked about on this, where is the same phone that we talked about from May 13th?
It's in the Mequon area, registering calls on a cell tower in Mequon and a cell tower in Cedarburg.
Okay. At what times is it doing each?
Okay.
And if you need to get closer or to be able to review it, feel free to do that.
Yes, please.
Yes. Do you still have the handheld microphone? Well, the jury may be assisted in having the map as it is. Just. Okay. So let's talk about when is the phone where a voice call is being answered. When is the phone going off of Mequon location?
Okay, so the first call on May 17th registers off of this tower in Mequon at approximately 10:20 a.m.
On the 17th?
On the 17th.
Okay, morning of the 17th.
The next call on the 17th also registers on the same cell tower at approximately 12:06 p.m.
Okay, so around lunchtime, still Mequon.
At approximately 4:42 p.m., there is a call that registers on the Cedarburg cell site located here.
Okay.
And then at 4:53, 4:54, 4:55, and 4:57, there are calls that register on this cell site in Mequon.
So the phone is again off of Mequon Towers in the late afternoon, just before 5. Then what?
There is another call at 6:23 p.m. on the Mequon Tower.
Okay.
a call at 6:35 p.m. on the Cedarburg Tower,
All right.
a call at 6:47 p.m., 6:59 p.m. on the Mequon Tower,
So what's the latest one so far? 6:59?
6:59
On the Mequon Tower? Okay.
Yes. Then a call at 7:20 p.m. and 7:34 p.m. on the Cedarburg Tower.
Okay, then what?
Then there are no calls until 11:19 that register on the cell towers until 11:19 p.m.
So let me stop you. So the Cedarburg one, which was the last one where you had to register on the Cedarburg Tower, was what? What was the latest time?
7:34 p.m.
7:34 Cedarburg. And then the very next one that you see is when?
11:19 p.m.
Okay.
on the Mequon Tower.
So no tower activity at all from 7:30 to 11:19. 7:30, whatever, to 7:19. I mean 11:19.
Correct, 7:34 to 11:19 p.m.
Okay. Then at 11:19, where is it?
There's a call that registers on the Mequon cell tower.
Okay. So back in the Mequon Tower at 11:19. All right. Anything else on this particular exhibit?
Yes, so then there are 2 phone calls that register on the Mequon Tower at 12 o'clock a.m. on May 18th. And then there were no calls in the records between 12 a.m. and 6:36 a.m. when there's another call on the Mequon Tower.
Okay, so just so I understand, there is a call, there's a call or two right at 12 a.m., so right at midnight.
Yes.
Okay. The phone's in Mequon at that point.
Yes.
And then nothing until 6:36 a.m.?
Correct. No calls sent or received.
Okay. And then at that time, the phone is again in Mequon?
Yes.
Okay. Or the tower is again Mequon?
And then there is one additional call at 6:38 a.m. that registers on the Cedarburg cell tower.
Okay. All right. And do those towers, based on your review of the information, appear to be nearby each other?
Yes.
Okay. So based on your review of the records, is there any reason to believe that when it's at a Cedarburg Tower as opposed to the Mequon Tower that the phone is actually moving somewhere, or are those close enough that you would not think that was reason that is something somebody should conclude? If you know.
You can't definitively say whether or not the phone was moving, but it is possible, given the proximity of those 2 towers, that the phone was stationary.
Okay. So this in no way indicates, even though it's 2 different towers, that the person has necessarily moved because of how close they are.
It's not required, no.
Okay. As to Exhibit 290, does it appear to be a true and accurate representation of the documentation you prepared in your investigation?
Yes.
Appear to be changed or altered in any way other than the sticker that's on it?
No.
Move admission of 290, Judge.
You see,
Yep. Excuse me. Continue then to look through the phone activity again on this same phone later on May 18th.
Yes.
And were you able also to find some information regarding tower activity then later in the day?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 291 and ask you, is this a document that you prepared?
Yes.
And does it indicate some of the phone tower activity of the same phone later on in the day on the 18th?
Yes, this displays 3 phone calls that occurred in the Belgium area.
Okay, and the Belgium area, what time is this phone located or coming off the towers in the Belgium area?
So there's 1 call at approximately 8:45 a.m. and 2 calls at 11:38 a.m. and 11:41 a.m. respectively.
Okay, so the time period would be the morning hours starting from around 8:30 until almost noon. That's where the phone is going off towers in those 3 calls.
For those 3 calls, yes.
Okay. Then did you take a look then at any activities on this phone, same phone, from noon on?
Yes.
On May 18th. Okay. And were you able then to do some mapping or some diagramming in that regard?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 292. So as to 292, again, is this a document you prepared pursuant to your investigation?
Yes.
And does this then track the activities of this same phone from noon to a certain time period?
Yes.
And that's from when to when?
From this map shows the calls that occurred at 6:38 a.m. that I previously talked about, and
Yep.
then the calls that occurred from approximately 11:48 a.m. through 4:15 p.m.
Okay, so we've covered some of these on the prior diagram.
Yes.
So I'm not going to repeat those. What are more further into the day calls that are on this diagram, which is Exhibit 292?
So at 11:48 a.m., there is a call that registers on the cell site located here in the approximate Port Washington area. At approximately 11:55 a.m., there is a call that registers on a cell site here, also in Port Washington area. Also at 11:55 a.m., there is a call that registers on this cell tower in Grafton. At approximately 12:23 p.m., there's a call that registers on this cell site in Grafton. And then between 1:30 p.m. and 4:15 p.m., there are 6 calls that register on this cell site in Mequon.
And is that back in that original location where many of the other calls were?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to, and as to Exhibit 292, does that appear to be a true and accurate representation of what you prepared in your investigation in this case?
Yes.
Any changes or alterations other than the sticker that's placed on that exhibit?
No.
Again, I'm going to ask admission then of 292, Your Honor.
Objection?
No.
See.
I'm now asking you to take a look at State's Exhibit 293. Is this also a document you prepared in your investigation in this case?
Yes.
Pursuant to this document, were you taking a look at some additional time period on the 18th of May 2020 to see where this same phone went?
Yes, between approximately 4:15 p.m. and 4:52 p.m.
And during that time period, were you able to make a determination what, if any, tower activity was going on in regards to this phone?
Yes. There was one call at approximately 4:15 p.m. that occurred on this cell tower in Mequon, and one call that occurred at approximately 4:52 p.m. on the cell tower in Menominee Falls.
Is that Exhibit 293, is that a true and accurate representation of what you prepared in your investigation in this case?
Yes.
And other than the sticker, is it changed or altered in any way from the document you prepared?
No.
Move admission of 293.
No.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 294 and ask, did you also take a look later in the day on the 18th from 8:34 p.m. Into the morning hours of May 19th? Is that what 294 depicts?
Yes, this depicts the rest of the day on May 18th.
Right, and so for May 18th, the rest of the day, what, if anything, can you tell us in terms of the cell tower activity of the phone in question?
So at 8:34 p.m., there was a call that registered on this cell tower in Mequon. At approximately between 8:48 p.m. and 9:52 p.m., there were 4 calls that registered on this cell tower, also in Mequon. There was 1 call that registered on this cell tower in Milwaukee at approximately 9:57 p.m. and 1 call that registered on this cell tower at approximately 9:58 p.m., also in Mequon.
And is that the last call that registered?
Yes, for May 18th.
Okay. And then, so when is the next time there's a call then on that phone where there's voice contact after that time?
May 19th at 8:41 a.m.
And May 19th in the morning, where is the cell tower activity at that time?
It is in Mequon, but that is not depicted on the map.
Okay, because that was outside of the time period you were asked to take a look at. Is that right?
Yes.
So as to 294, then is that a true? I'm sorry, this one, not this one. Yeah. As to 294, is that a true and accurate copy of your mapping activities in terms of phone tower activity of the phone in question back on the date of, in this case, May 18th, 2020?
Yes.
And does it appear to be changed or altered in any way from what you put together other than the sticker that's affixed on it?
No.
Move admission of 294 then as well, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Proceed.
When the phone is located in, is registering calls off of the site in Belgium, Wisconsin, in the early morning hours from about 8:45 to 11:41, are there any missed calls that you observed?
Yes, there was a missed call around 10:30 a.m. I can't recall the specific time.
And and was that call returned? In other words, was there a call made from this phone to that same number sometime after that?
Yes.
You know when it was?
One of the calls that occurred between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. was that call.
Okay. So do you remember the exact time at this point without reviewing your report?
I don't.
I'm going to ask you to, would a review of your report regarding that topic refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay.
Where is it?
So again, my question is, as to missing a call at 10:31 a.m. From that Belgian, Wisconsin tower, when was it returned? Okay, so I'm going to just point you to a specific sentence in case that assists. It starts right there, Zachariah.
The call was returned at approximately 10:38 a.m.
So about an hour later. Right.
Yes, correct.
I have nothing further of the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. just basically showed to you, but States Exhibit 290. And this was the chart you had made for Mr. Anderson's phone activity on May 17th from 10:20 a.m. to May 18th, 6:38 a.m.
Yes.
And there was a phone call that you said was made at 11:19 p.m. on May 17th, 2020.
Yes.
And that pinged at the bottom or to the right Mequon Tower.
Yes.
And you had indicated that based on all of these calls and where the towers were located, that it was likely or probable that the phone was stationary, even though it was pinging on different cell towers.
It's a possibility, yes.
And can you explain to the jury why that is?
So cell towers have a certain radius that they can reach. When a call is made, it registers off of what is the closest in proximity to that phone. If there are two towers that are in near proximity to each other, the phone can select either one. There would have to be additional information from the provider to determine exactly how far that phone was from the tower.
And you didn't get that information?
No.
And another reason that sometimes a phone might ping to a different cell tower is if there's too much activity on one tower, the phone then might go to a different tower.
So generally, the first tower that a phone registers the call on will be the cell tower that is closest in proximity, and then the network will manage the calls after that.
So it would go to one, if it's too busy, too much traffic going on at one, the network will say, hey, let's bump them to a different tower.
Yes.
Okay. That could also explain why we see a phone pinging at different locations that are in close proximity. That the network had decided to bump it to a different tower.
No, because this register, the register that we analyzed, is the first instant that the call touches the network. So it's the cell tower that the phone chooses to make contact with.
Okay, so you didn't get any information for any second or subsequents, or the information you did receive and reviewed only showed that first tower?
I would have to review the specific records from US Cellular, but it is my practice to only review the first cell tower that a phone connects to.
Okay, so that's helpful here. So the phone call then that was placed at 11:19 p.m., that's pinging at this cell tower, correct?
Yes.
That was the first tower that the phone went to, so that's going to be the tower that the phone is in closest proximity to.
Yes, it's the tower that the phone selected to connect to.
Okay, and that's true for that 11:19 p.m. call?
Yes.
And then, this sounds kind of like a dumb question, but there were no phone calls on May 17th to May 18th for this time period in Kenosha, Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
Wanted to draw your attention then to states exempt. Do you have the Belgian one? So you had testified that there were no calls from, what was it, midnight May 18th to, was it 6 something in the morning?
6:36, yes.
Okay. And you can't comment on why there's an absence of phone calls, correct?
No.
So May 18th, 2020, in States Exhibit 291, again, these calls that were made, the one call at 8:45 and then the two calls that were made at 11:38, ping at this cell tower, and this was the first cell tower that picked it up, so it was the closest cell tower to that phone.
Yes.
I'm sorry, which call are you referring
it's hard to hear because we're not
Well, you
facing
can
it.
see the exhibit.
I can't read it from here, so just could you tell me the number again, please?
Well, it's State's Exhibit 291.
The time of the call you're referring to was my question, because it's hard to hear you because you're facing away, so I'm just
Sure.
asking you to
So-
repeat it. I apologize.
I'll just give you the exhibit.
Okay, thanks.
So same thing for those calls, right? That cell tower is where the phone is closest in proximity to.
It's the cell tower the phone selects, yes.
Got it?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. So then, based on the data and what you reviewed, the phone calls that happened at 8:45 a.m. and 11:38 a.m. are close in proximity to this tower
Yes,
in Belgium, Wisconsin.
yes.
And on May 18th, 2020 to May 19th, 2020, were there any calls that pinged in Kenosha?
No.
I'm going to show you what was marked as 293, but before I do that, I'm going to show it to the state so they can see the phone calls. Okay, so these were the phone calls from May 18th, 4:15 p.m. to 4:52 p.m. And again, sorry to be repetitive, but I just want to go through it with each of these exhibits. I'm more interested in the phone call that occurred at 4:52 p.m. in Menominee Falls. So the phone, when that call was made, pinged at the tower, and that was the tower closest to the cell phone.
It would be the cell tower that the phone selected as the
Closest one.
I would have to have more advanced training to speak specifically to how the phone selects the cell towers. I just know that the first cell tower that appears on the records as the call registering to is the cell tower that the phone selects. So we view it as the most reliable for location information.
Okay. And do you know, and if you don't, that's fine, do you know about proximity mile-wise, how far a phone would need to be to ping off of that first?
It depends on the tower. So each tower will have a radius set by the cell phone company. And again, there are experts that have additional training and know those kind of radiuses, but I do not have that training.
Okay. But still, your testimony stands that this was the phone call that was made at 4:52 in this area was the first tower that the cell phone did choose.
Yes.
You just can't provide further information on why.
Correct.
That's fine. The state had asked you about a missed call that was made on May 18th, 2020. And you had noted that it was what the phone number was that, I don't know if you actually said it. I apologize if I do. But the missed call that Mr. Anderson had on the 18th, he called back, correct?
Correct.
That phone number, you had also done a location data analysis on that phone number as well, correct?
I don't recall. I reviewed a number of phone records. If I prepared a report for it, I did review it.
If I I showed you your report, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I had gotten things mixed up. There were several other phones, though, that you did do analysis as well on. Do you remember those people's names of who you did them on, or would you need to see your reports to refresh your recollection?
I would need to see my reports to refresh my recollection.
I don't have all of your reports printed out because there were a lot, so I'm just going to give you my computer.
Okay.
I think she was just going through them. There's quite a few.
I know, but it's okay with me if she just reads the names as opposed to trying to memorize them. Because the refreshing recollection may not, is what I'm saying, it may not work if it's a few names. So,
If you don't mind, then, yeah, if you want to just go and name the names of the other individuals that you had analyzed the phone records of.
Yes.
Are these names that have been mentioned in this case before?
Yeah,
Or are they names of people?
They're names of people who have been mentioned.
Oh,
I don't know about, I can't remember
I
all the
mean,
names.
were you
it
working
said.
with other warrants or cases?
They were all for this case.
Everything.
Everything, yes.
Okay.
Okay, and the names that are associated to these phone numbers were provided to me by the Kenosha Police Department. I didn't do a separate verification of that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that helps. Thank
Okay.
you.
So Andrew Schultz, Fred Brown Williamson, Jason Palmer, Josh Anderson, Solomon Anderson, and Zachariah Anderson.
Thank you. Besides the people that you just read, had you done any other analysis in this case? Or were you asked to do any other analyses by the Kenosha County or the Kenosha Police Department?
I do not recall specifically. My recollection is I prepared a report for every phone that I analyzed that had cell site records available that I was asked to.
I have nothing further for the witness, Judge.
Any redirect?
We have no further questions.
Give me a step down. Thank you.
This would be a logical time to break since we have a new witness and new mechanics.
All
to
right,
talk about.
let's take a break. Please don't rewatch or listen to any account of the trial. discuss the case with anyone, even fellow jurors? About 10 to 15 minutes. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell it?
Sean Morton, SHAUN, MORTON,
And how are you currently employed?
as a forensic examiner for the City of Kenosha Police Department.
And how long in general have you been a police officer?
About 21 years.
And how long have you been the forensic examiner for the police department?
Doing this for just over 10.
And what does a forensic examiner do?
We examine cell phones, computers, tablets, pretty much anything digital evidence-wise.
And when you examine it, do you also download it and put it into a form that can be turned over to parties to review?
Yes.
And as part of your tasks, do you often review those things that you're downloading and looking through?
Yes.
So, to orient you to this case, were you brought in to do downloads of different devices concerning the disappearance of Mr. Gutierrez Jr. in May of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And was one of those devices that you were asked to download and look through an MSI laptop recovered at Mr. Zachariah Anderson's home?
Yes.
And walk me through how a download of a laptop such as this happens from your perspective.
So a detective would request it to be examined. At that point, we would receive it. The hard drive would be removed from the computer. We then create what's called a forensic image of it, which is basically an exact copy of the hard drive. Then that's the data that we work with and examine.
And is that what you did in this case?
Yes.
And initially, did you just do a full download of it and turn it back over to detectives?
It was a very brief, we did a download. I did a very brief overview, tagged a few items that I thought could be of interest to them. Computer contains a lot of data and a lot of information, so I try to tag things that could be relevant.
And were you asked at approximately May 26th of 2020 to do a more in-depth review of that laptop by detectives?
Yes, I was.
And did you perform that more in-depth exam on that laptop?
Yes, I did.
And prior to doing that examination, what, if anything, did you know about the circumstances of this case to orient you in what you could potentially be looking for on such a large computer?
At that point, I knew Rosalio Gutierrez was missing, and somehow Zachariah Anderson had been developed as a possible suspect, and I was now examining his laptop for any evidence of either Rosalio on the computer or anything that could be relevant to the case.
So you, at this point, didn't know anything specific about Mr. Anderson other than he was developed as a suspect and this is his computer?
Correct.
So when you start looking at the download of this MSI laptop, what is a folder or anything that jumps out to you as where you potentially find evidence that you think is relevant?
Just generally in a laptop exam, I'd start at the desktop. On the desktop, there was a folder that was created labeled Kids. I opened that up and actually found another folder inside that titled Rosalio Gutierrez Jr.
And you had indicated that was a name you were looking for given the context of this case?
Yes.
And did you then go into the Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. folder to do further investigation into that?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you locate inside the Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. folder on this laptop?
There were several pictures and screenshots, appeared to be from Facebook and other websites.
I'm going to approach you first with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6. Can you tell me in general what this appears to be in regards to the MSI laptop download?
So this would be a section of the report that I would generate. These are the items that I tagged as potential evidence, the title of them, what they are, when they were created on the computer, and where they reside.
And for these specific items, are these all JPEGs?
Yes, they are.
And so would that have been some of the pictures located in that Rosalio Gutierrez folder?
Yes.
Now I'm going to zoom in here. Do you see on the top there that there's essentially 3 categories: created, accessed, and modified?
Yes.
And so in looking at these different JPEG files, they all have slightly different times of creation. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
All roughly April 25th of 2020, somewhere in the 3:30 a.m. range. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Now, given the fact that these all have different times of creation, what can you say regarding the manner in which these photographs were placed onto this computer?
So each one was individually saved and placed at the time indicated, placed in this folder at the time indicated on the computer.
So each of these different, and I believe there are 24 items between the 2 pages, would have had to be individually placed?
Due to the time differences, yes.
Okay, so if they had all been, select all, paste all, would we expect to see them the same time for each of those in the creation window?
Yeah, within a few seconds of each other.
So I'm now going to hand you directly State's Exhibits 7 through 30. Can you page through that set of documents and tell me if you recognize them as something you found on that laptop?
They do appear to be the images that were inside the Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. folder.
Now, in addition to those photographs in this Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. folder, did you also find some things that were clearly from Facebook?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34 and 36. Can you tell me what those are?
There are screenshots from Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. Facebook page.
Does that include, when you say screenshot, what does that mean in your world?
Somebody there uses a tool to take a picture of something that's on the screen, like a snippet tool.
And those were located in that same Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. file?
Yes, they were.
Judge, I would ask for permission to publish these to the jurors because of the minor, there are definitely some pictures with minors in them. I don't want to put them up on the screen, but can I pass them around to the jurors?
Is there objection?
No.
Go ahead.
This is just exhibits 7 through 30?
7 through 30, and then the Facebook ones he just testified to. 30.
4, 36.
4, 35,
34 and 36. Officer Morton, in addition to those photographs that I've just shown you and now the jury, were there any other things found in that Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. folder that you believed were of note?
I found a screenshot of a page from the Department of Wisconsin Financial Institutions, I believe, and included Rosalio's name and address.
Approaching you with what's been marked as States Exhibit 32 and 33. Can you tell me what these appear to be?
Those would be those screenshots from the Wisconsin Department of Financial Institutions. Contains corporate records for North Star Renovations, LLC, with the registered agent being Rosalio Gutierrez Jr., includes his address.
And when you say screenshots, what does that mean in your world?
Again, somebody either used the screenshot function through Windows or used the snippet program to capture something that was on the screen.
What is a screenshot function on Windows?
You can press function screenshot and then it will basically save what's on the screen and then you can paste it to a Word document.
Just going to show the jury. So States Exhibit 33, was that one of those screenshots you just identified?
Yes.
And you indicated that registered agent office was Rosalio Gutierrez Jr. with 3709 15th Street 1B, Kenosha, Wisconsin 53144 as the address?
Yes.
And was this just another angle of that, zoomed in closer?
Yes, it is.
But were those two separate screenshots that were located in this file folder?
Yes, they were.
Now, as part of this investigation, were you made aware that that was Mr. Gutierrez Jr.'s actual address at the time of May 17th of 2020?
I knew there was a location of that building. I didn't know the exact address of the apartment, but.
And do these appear to be true and accurate copies of what you recovered from that Rosalio Gutierrez file when you downloaded and reviewed the computer download?
Yes, they are.
In addition to those documents in that file, was there anything else of note that you located in that file regarding the investigation into this case?
Located several other screenshots that appeared to be from a Find My Device phone that Androids have.
And explain for the jury what Find My Device for Android phones is in your world.
So if you own an Android phone like a Samsung or Motorola, when you log into your Google account that's attached to your phone, let's say you lose your phone, you can go to a computer, log into Google, go to the Find My Device page, and any phone that's logged into the same account will show up where it's located at. So it'll let you track where your phone is, or if you lose it, locate it.
And did you find any evidence on the MSI laptop that Find My Phone or the Google My Account Find Your Phone web page had been visited by this computer?
Yes, it was actually bookmarked as or saved as a bookmark on the computer.
And do you recall when that occurred?
The end of April 2020.
Now, you indicated that there were a couple of different, these more screenshots like we've been talking about.
Yes.
I'm going to approach with what's been marked as States Exhibit 3, 4, and 5. Can you tell me what these appear to be to you?
So these are the screenshots from the Find My Device webpage.
And is that consistent with what the web page looks like in your training and experience doing forensic downloads?
Yes.
Now, these screenshots, did they have specific names that corresponded to a date and time for each individual image?
So we had used the snippet program to create those, and that program generally just names it the date and time that it was taken.
Okay. We talked about screenshotting. What is the snippet program?
It's another program built into Windows that allows you to capture part of a screen.
And in your training experience, when you capture something using the snippet program, it gives you the date and time that you've captured it?
Yeah, it titles it with the date and time.
So this first one was titled 5_8_2020_2054. So in your world, what does that mean regarding when this first screenshot was snippet or whatever the program's called?
That would tell me it was taken on May 8th, 2020 at 8:54 p.m.
And in general, what is this location that was on this first snippet from Find My Device on May 8th at roughly 8:54 p.m.?
That was determined it was somewhere in Oak Creek, just off the interstate.
And then State's Exhibit number 4. This one was titled 5_8_2020 and _2116. So in your snippet program mastery, what time, date, and time would this have been captured on this MSI laptop?
It had been the same date at 9:16, I believe you said, p.m.
And in terms of this case, what is this a general picture of, if you know?
Looks like it's locating a device that's on the north side of Kenosha.
And when you say locating a device, is that because there's some sort of specific pin that you're focusing in on this picture?
Yeah, so the Find My Device icon on the phone looks pretty much identical to that icon you see towards the top there in green.
Would you point that out just so the jury knows exactly what we're looking at?
Right here.
So then showing you State's Exhibit 5, which was titled on this computer 5_8_2020_2117. In your experience, would that mean it's 9:17 p.m. on that same day we've just talked about?
Correct.
And what is this, if you know, in terms of location in Kenosha, zoomed in on?
It's about the 3700 block of 15th apartment building in there. It's supposed to be 15th here. These are the apartment buildings in their parking lot.
And Mr. Gutierrez's apartment was 3709 15th Street?
Correct.
State's Exhibit 31. Can you tell me what this is in relation to your review of the MSI laptop?
There's a picture of a GPS tracking device I found downloaded.
And where did you find this downloaded on that laptop, if you can recall?
It would have been in that kid's or Rosalio Gutierrez folder.
And why was this something you flagged as important in this investigation?
After noticing the tracking of the phone and a GPS tracker, it seemed relevant.
Showing State's Exhibit 31. Obviously, did you know anything about this tracker or any sort of tracking program regarding this?
No.
So you just found this picture in that file?
Yes.
In addition to the things we've talked about, did you find any recordings of any kind that you thought were relevant to your investigation?
There were several video and audio recordings in that folder.
When you say several, how many would you estimate that you noticed in that file folder?
About 3 dozen.
And in terms of the contents of them, did you listen to all of them in full?
No.
And why is that?
Determined there's about 10 or more hours worth of recordings.
Now, did you listen to selective pieces of them to try to figure out what they were recordings of?
Yes.
And in general, in your review of these approximately 3 dozen recordings, what were you able to ascertain was, in general, the contents on them?
Generally, it sounded like a man and woman arguing, mainly over children.
in your review, were there any that appeared to be actually recorded by children?
Object speculation.
Sustained.
Move to admit states 3 through 35.
Objection.
I'd ask that they, no objections to 3, 4, and 5, and 7. The only objection I have is to Exhibit 31, subject to recross, or to cross.
All right, you can reoffer it at the completion of the cross.
Yeah, I don't mind if the other ones are admitted, though, Judge.
They'll be received.
But I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Cross-examine.
Thank you. Officer Morton, as it related to Exhibit 31, which I'll show you. As it relates to that exhibit, you said you found that when doing a review of the MSI laptop, was that you found that when you were doing a manual review of the laptop or after you did the download and you reviewed the download?
It was during the download review.
So you're looking at your report, the report, or the actual laptop?
So we process the image we get from the laptop with a program, and then that breaks out pictures and messages and certain artifacts. So I'm using a program to examine the image of the hard drive.
And is that program the program that the parties would have access to? Which is like the, it's like a link.
I'm sorry, the parties?
Like when you do the download, you put it on a disk or do something so that it's accessible to other people for discovery.
Yeah, so that would be the program I create the report with.
Okay.
And that gets sent to the detectives.
Okay, so in your report, where is that where is that item located?
Be in the images section of the report.
Okay, and if I were to give you your report, and the report is a link, correct?
I believe the report in this one is a HTML file,
Okay.
which contains links.
You have to access it through the internet.
You have to access it using a web browser. It's not online.
Okay. So if I were to give you your report for the MSI laptop, would you be able to find that image so you could be definitive whether it's in that report?
Eventually. Computers contain hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of images that are going to be in there. I mean, eventually, yes, I would find it. I can't tell you how long that's going to take.
Well, I'll give you my computer. So at first, feel free to do with my computer as you wish. Yours for the time being. First, can you let the jury know whether what you're looking at right now is in fact, you don't have to show them, but that is the report?
Yes. Sorry, your report doesn't seem to be working.
Is there an easier way to access the report?
No, not at. So at this time, this is how we generated reports in what's called HTML files. So they're extremely large and they run through a web browser. Yours seems to be stuck on this page.
You need to refresh it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking. It says it can't find the file anymore.
Can't find the what?
It can't find the report file.
Just have them take the ones that need to be.
sorry, without being able to filter this, I mean, this could seriously take hours. I mean,
You're able to scroll down.
I can scroll, yeah. Seems like some of the pictures are missing. To file 3,000, it looks like. I mean, like I said, there's usually hundreds of thousands of pictures on a computer. You mind if I go into the folder where this report's stored?
Yeah, if you could say which folder that is.
ACMSI 20. It might be quicker that way. Almost doesn't seem to be the whole report.
Can I have a sidebar, Judge? Necessary. You're saying you don't see that image in this report?
The report files don't seem to be complete. So
Okay.
the actual main page of the report's there, but all the supporting folders that would contain the image aren't in here.
Okay. Judge, can we have a sidebar, please?
All right, what's up?
So the report that basically Exhibit 31 is a screenshot of a tracker that the state and the witness have purported and testified to that was in the folder titled Rosalio, and that photo was in the report. I had never seen that photo before, not included in the report that I have. I had a hard drive from the state, which is here, that contained all of the downloads of the devices in this case. With this witness, I pulled up that report. The witness went through it and just testified that it's not a complete report. This photo cannot be located, the contents of that folder cannot be located in this report that I had. So obviously the defense has an issue now where we are not given a full report. That information I've never had before. I had asked the state where that was located because I couldn't find it prior to today's date. I thought I'd be able to clear things up with this officer, or detective, pardon me. And clearly I can't because the defense was never given the full report. So I'd be asking for the full report to be able to go through it, or alternatively, strike all this testimony.
I think counsel will acknowledge that on Officer Morton's report, page 2 of 3 is where I'm referring. I'm looking at paragraph 4, it's full paragraph 4 of Officer Morton's report. He says on April 24th, 2020 at 15:07, a picture of the Rewire Security TK102 Nano GPS tracker, which is the document that we just described, was downloaded to the folder. Also collected in this case was a mini GPS tracking device, goes on to say. So he has indicated in his report, which is dated May 27th, 2020, that this picture was downloaded to the file. So counsel certainly is on notice that a picture of a Rewire Security TK Nano was downloaded and is part of Officer Morton's report. It is the primary report in this case. I don't know if Officer Morton, who said it might take hours, is able to confidently indicate at this stage, I guess we could ask him, he's on the stand, that in fact he has done a thorough enough look at this that he knows for sure that this document is not in the copy that we have and that the defense has. But I suggest that we either ask him further or we make sure he's had enough time to be sure that the record made, and I have no I'm not casting aspersions. If the defense attorney is saying so far the record indicates that it's not included, I don't know if Officer Morton has done a thorough enough search when he previously testified it would take hours possibly to find this picture, whether he has done enough that he is confident that it is not included.
If I may briefly respond, there's a difference between reports that we're talking about. The report the state just referenced was Detective Morton's written report about what he did in this case. That report's not really clear where this alleged photo was accessible from. The report says that he reviewed the folders and saw this picture in there, but the actual report that I'm talking about is the forensic download report created by the detective that has all the files. That report that Attorney Gravely mentioned doesn't have the files. I think the detective's testimony right now was extremely clear that the report that I have that's supposed to contain all the files is not complete. I knew about this written report. I also told the state before today's date and again that I don't know where this picture is located because I can't find it anywhere. And so even if I'm on notice, that doesn't mean that I have the obligation to ensure that I have a complete and full accurate report. I believe the state's Wachowski which was just decided by the Supreme Court, that talked about when it's dealing with exculpatory evidence, the defense has absolutely zero burden to seek out that information. So this is an issue. It's come up. We do not have a full report. I'd be asking for the full report to be given to me to be able to review it, so that I can then question effectively on this issue of where that picture is located, when it was taken, and I can confirm that, and be able to cross-examine on it. And if the state and the court's not willing to give the defense time to obtain what should have been given to them a long time ago, then I'd be asking that the testimony pertaining to Exhibit 31 be struck and not considered.
Well, when the detective stated it could take hours, made reference to thousands of photographs, it certainly was an expectation that we'd end up in a point like where we're at now. This was the day we were going to be done with the case. No, it wasn't. Yeah, it was.
Last Friday. We only anticipated 2 weeks.
If you'd asked us, we thought last Friday.
Yeah, well, anyway. So my initial reaction is kind of biblical. The story about a woman who has 100 coins and loses one, and she puts everything else aside, and she looks until she finds the one coin. That's usually my reaction when I've lost something of value, or better yet, better stated, when I have misplaced or can't locate something of value. It'll probably pop up. And being in the computer age, this apparently is just a mirror image of something which exists elsewhere now, and is also often traceable as to where it's been. So I'm not going to panic right now, but we're going to move on to something else, and we can come back to this, and poor Detective Morton is going to have to do like the widow and put aside everything else while you look for the coin.
I can do that.
All right.
And I just guess, but from your review of the file that I had, it doesn't include the files that you were looking for.
Right, so normally so we really don't generate reports like that anymore because it comes in so many different parts, which is editable. I mean, you could delete a folder and all of a sudden all your images are gone. So the folder I was looking for that contains those images wasn't in, I didn't find it when I took a brief look through there.
By the way, now for the bad news. And this is routinely discussed and was discussed a couple of judges' meetings ago about people who bring in flash drives, especially in like small claims cases, and they want the judge to put it in and look at their evidence. And I guess on several occasions, some of my colleagues, not me, of course, have corrupted the whole system with all kinds of gremlins that come in under those circumstances. So my resolution has been to tell people, well, how did you look at it? And they tell me I played it on my computer. And I said, well, bring your computer here and we'll play it on your computer here, but then I have to keep your computer. Oh, yes.
Yeah. No, I'm not looking to introduce the file. I was simply just trying.
Well, but you're trying to introduce its absence.
Well, I mean, people can come look at my folder.
You don't
It's
really
all the
want
same
that.
thing.
You don't really want that.
I don't have anything dangerous on there. I promise you, Judge. But
What? You don't have anything what?
dangerous.
Well, I look. The bottom. I'm an optimist. I'm expecting this will have a happy resolution, and so detective can work on it, and I'm, as I've demonstrated in the past, on nationwide television. I don't know much about computers, but you provided the defense. She referred to it as a.
It's like a huge.
It looked like a huge.
It's like a
terabyte. Big, a terabyte.
External hard drive, really.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
I assume that there's a migratory path from the source to that, and so that perhaps by examination of the source from which that was created, we can determine whether or not it ever went onto that.
Right, so that would have come from our digital server. So we store all of our
Over
digital
the
evidence.
KPD or Joint Services?
Yes.
I could always go there too after court today. I don't know what your availability is.
Yeah, I mean, we could
Look on the file on the server.
But the point is, there's probably some historical information available as to whether that material was ever provided to the defense.
So normally we would get a discovery request from evidence. So that's the normal. I don't recall how this one got to her. So normally somebody, defense attorney would submit a discovery request. Joint Services would then give that to us. And any files we had on that case, we would send to the defense attorney.
I think what the judge is saying
Yeah,
is that there's a way to analyze the external hard drive to determine whether there was what was put on here when
Either that or
things
the
were
source of
correct.
what went on there.
I can compare it to what I have. Whether something was removed after I put it on there, I wouldn't be able to determine that. But that is the issue. They develop better ways that they can't be altered.
Have I still got the jury in the library?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, people. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to stop for the day, and tomorrow we'll be ready with next witness. And
Tomorrow will be ready, you said?
you ready to start with another witness?
Yep.
Unless this matter has been resolved by then, and we'll just act like nothing happened until we have to answer for all of this. And so we don't have to waste the jurors' time any more than we already do.
Understood.
Okay, any question? No. All right, sorry if you don't get any sleep. Okay.
One small matter, Judge.
Oh, yeah. But we can do that after the jury comes back in. Let's do that. We just have something, but we can bring the jury in and then discuss it afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I see that short matters have now become small matters, not brief. Come back in. Yeah, okay, good. Well, anyway, I think it's time to stop for today, and we'll start again at 9 tomorrow morning. Is that a problem for anybody?
Can you give the jury hope and let them know the state probably only has 2 more witnesses after this, so that they at least, so at least they.
But she's tapping you while you're saying that, so there's.
Oh, 3. I apologize. Somebody was sick today. Yep, there was a sick individual.
Well,
Yep.
anyway, we are moving along, and well, I'll leave it at that. We've got a little bit we have to finish up here, and in the meantime, please don't talk about the case, read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Don't talk to family members, friends, members of your household, other jurors. Any question? Enjoy the evening. You were itching to say something, Mr.
Not really itching that much, but just so you know, there's 2 writs that were filed today for 2 witnesses for Thursday.
Yeah.
We're recalling Marquand Washington, who was a state's witness, and then we're calling another inmate from KCDC by the name of Nicholas McAtee. So we prepared writs for you. Just wanted you to know so you could sign them and have them.
Are they on my
They were pulled through.
Writ of habeas corpus ad prosequendum.
That's it.
I know.
Well, it's supposed to be ad testificandum.
What? We always use ad prosecundum.
Dati mihi Anglicam prois verbis Latinus.
Are you speaking to I was just like, I think I'm going insane.
So I just wanted to let you know that. But that's all.
John, so I'm going over there now.
Okay.
I guess I'll see you.
I'm going to go.
See you tomorrow.